The floor is yours.
How are they projecting for me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Frank, our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I wish you could answer back. I'm extremely tired. Yes, you are most welcome to this symposium. My name is Annette Kabarungi. I'm a Principal Women in Development Officer. I'm the focal point person for gender-based violence and female genital mutilation. And at the Ministry of Gender, I coordinate the Government of Uganda UNFPA Country Program, which has supported this activity. And I've been leading this activity and organizing it for the last 1 month, 1.5. And I'm extremely delighted that you have turned up because there is a lot involved in organizing it. This activity fits in very well in the work that we do to address gender-based violence and FGM, but with a special focus on the girl child. We note that the girl child and the woman are just two different sides of the same coin, and you never get along addressing gender-based violence unless you pick out the critical role of the girl. Because the girl is a girl today, but is a woman and a mother tomorrow. We've been undertaking a national campaign on addressing teenage pregnancy and child marriage with support from these two partners, mainly UNICEF and UNFPA. But we note that teenage pregnancy and child marriage is actually a result of many other factors, some of which may be invisible, and then we emerge with what we call a teenage pregnancy or a child marriage. But a lot happens beginning from home, within the community, within the religious institutions and the cultural institutions that we fall under, and then we emerge with the teenage pregnancy and child marriage. So this symposium is not on teenage pregnancy and child marriage. It's on the overall welfare and well-being of the girl child to be able to explore the other factors that contribute to this strange phenomenon called teenage pregnancy and child marriage. So according to our program, like Frank has carried us through, we shall be looking at the different factors we think may be contributing to the teenage pregnancy and child marriage by identifying the cultural, the media, the religious, the family, and all the other contributing factors. What am I forwarding? Yeah. I was getting guidance from some expert, but it's well. So today we want to come with open minds and look at the girl child in totality to be able to unpack those factors that contribute to her well-being or undermine it. Because eventually we emerge with teenage pregnancy and child marriage, but we have a lot to deal with as stakeholders, as parents, as policymakers, as cultural leaders, to address the girl so that we stop looking at the outcome. Because when you target teenage pregnancy and child marriage without going to the root causes, then you risk targeting the fruits and forgetting the tap root of the bigger problem. So in summary, we are here to establish information, to get evidence on sustainable interventions for addressing the well-being of the girl child in Uganda, and we shall do this through experience sharing. We shall listen to the various technical people covering the different areas we felt could be contributing to the well-being of the girl child, but we shall also listen to the voices of each one of us so that we look at the girl child collectively in a holistic manner. Specifically, we want evidence. What I'm seeing is not what is being projected. Frank, come back because what I'm describing is not on the screen. I'm there now? Yeah, I'm there now, yes. We are specifically providing a platform through this symposium for us to share evidence, to share our experiences, to share our innovations on what we think works best to address the challenges of the girl child. And according to our program, we shall listen to a story from one of them, the girl child. We are using this symposium once again to mobilize support because we already have existing movements and civil society organizations to challenge regressive social norms and promote gender equality. We are expecting a speaker from the cultural institution of Acholi region. I'm reluctant to pronounce the name. To critique the social norms and see what we can do about them so that we bring up this girl in an environment where she has space, in an environment where she has agency, in an environment where she can be able to speak for herself and say yes or say no, because that's how the pregnancies emerge out of the decision-making power of the victim or the survivor. And then finally, we want solid commitments from every duty bearer in this room. You are invited here because you have a duty to pray. We want solid commitment from development partners with the purpose of having a sustainable financial base so that we can influence policies to end child marriages, we can influence teenage pregnancies, we can influence the practice of FGM. We understand at the moment in some of the practicing districts, it's already going on. And all the many other challenges that face the girl child in Uganda. So we have a mouthful, but the mouthful is not abstract. The mouthful is the realities of our communities where we grow, the realities of where our daughters grow, and the realities which we need to critique so that moving forward, we can achieve better. We can have girls develop better, utilize their full potential, and become the women leaders of tomorrow. Maybe out of this symposium, we could see the trend of teenage pregnancy and child marriage reversing in the subsequent years, because we are touching the very root of their growth, of their socialization, and their existence as they grow up chronologically. So that's why we are here. I believe we shall use our time appropriately to be able to cover the topics that we are going to discuss. And I urge each one of us to make our voices visible so that our contributions can be consolidated into an outcome report. The outcome of this symposium, ladies and gentlemen, will inform the discussions in our high-level GBV policy dialogue, the highest structure that oversees the implementation of the national policy on elimination of gender-based violence, chaired by the Honorable Minister herself. So out of this symposium, the consolidated report will be brought to the attention of the high-level GBV policy dialogue so that we can be guided on what do we do next. We've done a lot, but it seems we have not done enough. and we shall need that policy, that guidance and direction moving forward. Next week, on Tuesday, in this same place, the Honorable Minister will host the high-level GBV policy dialogue to deliberate on what we have come up with today. So please make your voices heard, make every contribution you can make so that we can collectively address the welfare of the girl child in Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Madam Annette there. I guess you felt content when she said that the discussions and resolutions from this symposium will be delivered to a high-level meeting next week. Isn't that important? And that their ministers and development partners attending that meeting makes it even more important. So our role is already cut out, isn't it? We are preparing what they are going to discuss. Without this symposium, the high-level team can't meet because they will not have the issues at hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are a privileged guest today, that you're discussing issues to do with the girl child on behalf of the entire country. Very important. Thank you for coming. We're moving on, and to set us rolling, allow me invite from Naguru Teenage Center, our first presenter on the critical issues, Chisache Rachel, who will be coming here to share with us her story on teenage pregnancy. May I invite Chisache Rachel to come and share with us her story. Is Chisache here with us already? Okay. If she's not here with us, I'll then skip that section and move on to the next session, which is the opening remarks for this symposium. And ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, here represented. Let me do a small consultation, I'll be right back. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't know how she always finds a way, the mystery of a woman, a savior in a time of need, the bravery of a woman. In your time of need, she does the deed, the magic of a woman.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the opening remarks. And to set us rolling, please join me in welcoming the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, represented by Dr. Angela, the Commissioner, Gender and Women Affairs. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Frank. We are very excited to see you here, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour, Social Development, who is about to join us, the Honorable Minister of State, Gender and Culture Affairs, Honorable Members of Parliament, the UN country representative, especially UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women, the country director of ActionAID Uganda, officials from Government of Uganda ministries, departments, and agencies, the executive directors of our national organizations represented here. I can see Rita from WARNET, Richard Hand, Uganda Media Association, and so many others. The private sector, the religious leaders, representatives of our traditional and cultural institutions, the media fraternity, you're our special partner, the young women, the young men, the child mothers in this room, the parents looking after these child mothers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sincere apologies, the permanent secretary was supposed to be here, but I was called upon at last minute to go and have a meeting with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I'm delegated to stand in for him. I'll read his speech and probably add in some few statements from my own side. So the Honorable Minister, allow me to welcome you and all invited guests to this national symposium on the well-being of the girl child in Uganda. I thank you all for sparing your time to attend this important event, which is being held under the theme, Protect the Girl Child, Protect the Nation. This symposium, ladies and gentlemen, will help us to reflect on issues affecting the girl child in Uganda. But what is most important is for us to devise strategies to enhance the promotion, the protection, the dignity of the girl child, and ensure that she's prepared to contribute to national development. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to inform you that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development, is undertaking quite a number of interventions really aimed at responding to the challenges the girl children in Uganda face, but also to the prevention and response to gender-based violence. We all know that our daughters, our children below 18 years are mothers at that tender age, or they are pregnant, mainly because we are failing somewhere. It's a result of sexual violence, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly defilement. So collectively, we have to reflect on where we are failing, where they need our support, and of course mobilize them for their own agency and determining their destiny, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take you through a few of the interventions we are undertaking as a ministry. We've established the Gender-Based Violence Multi-Sectoral Committee coordination structures at the different levels. At the national levels, ladies and gentlemen, we have the high-level GBV policy dialogue. We also have the National GBV Reference Group and the National GBV Medical and Legal Working Group. And all these are really intended to ensure that we are able to coordinate our interventions and work as a team. These structures are in place to strengthen our coordination efforts towards the elimination of gender-based violence in this country, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, paying particular attention to our children and the girls of this country. We've developed the National Male Involvement Strategy, which is aimed at promoting male involvement in the elimination of all forms of violence at the family level, community level, within our schools, within our public institutions, and the entire country at large. We all know that men in Uganda, men and boys, are the major perpetrators of gender-based violence. Women and girls are more of the victims in the process of gender-based violence. So before we challenge women and girls, we need to challenge men and boys to stop the incidences of gender-based violence. We need you men and boys in this room as allies to gender equality and women's empowerment. We've also developed the guidelines on the establishment and management of GBV shelters in Uganda. We have over 20 shelters in this country, and these have been managed with the support of so many of you in this room. Our development partners, the civil society organizations we are working with, the local governments, you've been very key in this struggle. We really thank you for the support. Single-handedly, the Minister of Gender, Labour, Social Development wouldn't have been able to ensure that our shelters remain operational. So we really count on your support to ensure that our shelters continue to operate and provide the much-needed services for the survivors and victims of gender-based violence in this country. We've also promoted strategic partnership for GBV prevention and response. A lot of work has been going on, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you in this room are partners in terms of GBV prevention and response. I'm glad to inform you that out of our efforts in implementing the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative, Uganda emerged out of the best country globally in terms of the response. We celebrate that achievement. We don't take it lightly. And of course, on a day-to-day basis, ladies and gentlemen, we are reminded that there's so many cases of violence. And of course, it's a point of more energizing ourselves to be able to respond to the big challenge. As a ministry, we've also developed the national parenting guidelines. And of course, most of the issues we are going to talk about of child marriage, teenage pregnancy, have a lot to do with the way we are parenting our girls and boys, of course. So as parents, we need to step up our efforts in terms of ensuring that we provide a conducive environment within our homes, within our communities, such that our children, especially the girls, enjoy their life as children in this country. We've scaled up our efforts in terms of generating data. We have a national GBV database, and of course, we've benefited a lot from the efforts of the district community development officers who always update the national database. We count on your support to ensure that we continuously update the national GBV database to be able to inform decision making. A lot of capacity building, ladies and gentlemen, has been ongoing. We are not only working as Ministry of Gender, we are reaching out to all stakeholders in terms of strengthening our capacity to prevent and respond. We are also aware that our district local governments have also come up with ordinances and bylaws and pronouncements that are intended to encourage more work at that level. Community mobilization is one of our program implementation action plans as part of the implementation of our third national development plan, and we are scaling up our efforts in terms of mobilizing communities and promoting mindset change for national development. Ladies and gentlemen, all those programs I've outlined have somehow contributed to positive change. I'm glad to inform you that as a country, we've reduced physical violence from 51% in 2016 to 45% in 2020. It appears to be a minor achievement, but to us it's a big one, because over 6% reduction in the last 5 years of physical violence is an important achievement to us. We've also improved reporting from barely 37% in 2013 to 70% in 2020. So whatever we are witnessing on social media is a reflection that work is going on in terms of mobilizing the survivors to report and seek support, and that we celebrate as a country. However, there are also emerging challenges. Sexual violence has increased, ladies and gentlemen, from 22% in 2016 to 32% in 2020. So it's not surprising that we have quite a number of so many girls that are becoming pregnant, ladies and gentlemen. That is opening up more opportunities for more work. But of course, we are also challenged to reflect on the strategies that we are using in responding to child marriage and teenage pregnancy. There are equally other forms of violence that are emerging, especially cyber violence or online violence with the use of the media. We need to reflect on it, and quite often a lot of sexual abuse is carried among the young people using these phones. We know, all of us, that the phones are very important for national development, but we equally challenge to guard against the use of the phones in escalating gender-based violence in this country. So the regional context is also changing. Previously, it was Busoga region leading. Today is Acholi region leading at 47%, and Bukedi at 48%. Elgon, Eastern Uganda, it seems to be a boiling point for gender-based violence, and then Kigezi. So work is not yet done, ladies and gentlemen. There are more challenges that we need to prepare ourselves to respond to as we reflect on GBV, as we reflect on violence against our children, as we commemorate the 16 days of activism. However, we need to thank everybody that has contributed to this positive change. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development has undertaken a mapping of where these child mothers, the teenage pregnant girls, are, and I'm glad that we are going to reflect on this mapping. It's pointing out quite a lot of work for us, but we'll be able to reflect on the evidence and use the evidence to think objectively in terms of responding to this national dilemma of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we really need to thank all of you who have turned up, and we hope that your discussion is going to help us come up with a policy brief that we will utilize in terms of taking this work forward. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in a special way, I wish to extend our most felt gratitude to the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, for the continued support, to the Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development, and more so in terms of availing resources to support the convening of this important national symposium. I would also like to thank ActionAID Uganda for the collaboration in organizing this symposium. We wish you a very wonderful day, but of course reflecting on the issues that are affecting the child mothers, so that together, collectively, we are able to come up with a more informed program that will respond to the so many challenges that child mothers are facing. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Frank. Good morning. The Honorable Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Minister of State for Culture in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the UN country representative, the country representative of United Nations Population Fund, all UN country team representatives present, members of parliament, cultural leaders, religious leaders, fellow civil society leaders present, all development partners, stakeholders. I want to in particular take a special recognition, and if you may join me and with an applause, recognize the girls in the room. My name is Xavier Ejoyi. I work with ActionAID International Uganda as the country director. It is my opportunity and pleasure to stand before you here to speak to you briefly. This is not my day. I want to put a disclaimer. So I'm going to be a little brief, but nonetheless, speak to something that is dear to me, that is dear to ActionAID, and I believe that is dear to all of us in this room. It is exciting to see all of you here. When Frank was taking us through who is around this room, from the breadth and width of this country, from different stakeholders involved in addressing issues relating to the welfare and well-being of the girl child, development partners, civil society, ministries, departments and agencies, the UN family, cultural and religious institutions, the media. It is such a pleasure to find all of us together in this room. And it is said that if a few people commit to doing something, it will be done. Are we committed to addressing the issues of the welfare and well-being of the girl child? Yes. I don't hear you. Yes. That's why we are here. Thank you, Reverend. That's why we are here. And so, this symposium is basically about us coming together as elaborated by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I want to, in a very particular way, recognize and thank Ms. Kabarungi from the ministry for leading and coordinating, putting this together. We don't take it for granted as ActionAID. We are part of this, but we really recognize your work in making sure that all stakeholders, and not just those of us who are reachable, are involved in this process. So I want to take a special recognition for that. So this symposium about the welfare and well-being of the girl child, the theme around protecting the girl child and protecting the nation is deliberate. If you didn't know that our population structure actually shows that this nation belongs to young people. Some of us who are past the age of 18, we are unfairly participating and disproportionately owning the things that belong to young people. But more importantly, the statistics show that the mean, not average, the mean Ugandan is a 15-year-old girl. And so it's just important that if we are reflecting on the welfare and well-being of the girl child, we are actually talking about the lifeline of this nation. It is the lifeline of this nation. It is not one of those topics that we are discussing that contribute to gender-based violence. Yes, it is. It's not only one of the causes and leading causes of poverty, and poverty in its extreme forms that persists in this country, but we are talking about the centerpiece, the well-being of our nation. And so we are gathered here to protect our nation, because the girl child represents this nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed, I invite you today, as we gathered here, as we'll have discussions here, let's dig deeper into our souls, our collective reflections. We will get data presented here that shows to us how we are faring relating to the well-being and the welfare of the girl child. But I invite each one of you in the places that you hold. You might be in an office, you might be in politics, you might be in an elective position, you might be in civil society, you might be in a government ministry, department or agency, in a local government. That place you occupy, can we protect this nation by protecting the girl child? If you are uncomfortable with poverty, if you are uncomfortable with HIV/AIDS, if you are uncomfortable with gender-based violence, will you commit to protecting the girl child and protecting this nation? Gone are the days when we would say the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development can do it alone. ActionAID, they say we make a lot of noise, that we can do it alone, that civil society can do it alone, that the Ministry of Education can do it alone. It is time for us to come together and take our pieces and ensure that the girl child is protected. Of course, there is room, and there is room to talk about the boy child. But friends, let's not divert. We have a big issue regarding the girl child. Let's first reflect on the issues that the girl child is facing that affects the well-being and the welfare, and by extension, the future of this nation. Because I said diversion because, you see, conversations start small and they build into narratives and they build further into social norms, and then they get entrenched further. Let me give you a simple example. A few years ago, and I say a few years deliberately, government of Uganda put up an affirmative action plan for the education of the girl child. And they put, among other things, a 1.5 additional marks or points for admission into tertiary institutions. You see, there has been an improvement in girls accessing tertiary institutions of learning. Some improvement. But you see, for some people, they now change the narrative, saying, by the way, these days, there are more girls who come out of universities than boys. Is that true? It is not true. The data points to the fact that we still have more men accessing tertiary institutions than women. That's the data. And so we cannot We cannot divert and say, by the way, as we're talking about the girl child, let's also remember the boy child. Yes, let's talk about the boy child. And as Dr. Angela said, there is also a place for the boy child. But the focus of addressing the well-being and the welfare of the girl child is not the one for envy or competition from the boy child. It shouldn't be. Ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing with a structural problem, a problem with multiple dimensions, a problem that causes and is caused by poverty, the well-being and the welfare of the girl child. In our work as ActionAID with different communities across this country, from West Nile to Acholi, to Lango, to Sebei, to Busoga, here in the Central, we encounter a lot of problems relating to the girl child. The most extreme forms of violence against women, sexual violence, defilement, female genital mutilation, things that put girls in a very fragile situation that continue to impact their lives directly. Because guess what? It predisposes girls to HIV/AIDS. Their livelihoods are affected. A dropout of school means that for the next generation, this girl child will not only live in poverty, but will also have another one to look after in that state of poverty. That dimension is a very cruel, cyclic trend of poverty. And if we are wondering why poverty levels are staggering and now increasing, I invite you to look at one factor here. If you're an LC1, LC5 chairperson, if you're a minister, you're a member of parliament, you are a leader in your community, and you're wondering why, despite all the efforts, we are dealing with cyclic poverty, I invite you to address yourself to the well-being and the welfare of the girl child. Because that is one of the systemic causes of poverty. And so we are gathered here deliberately to address ourselves to that. The increasing levels of sexual and gender-based violence, which puts girls at the center. There will be numbers put here. But friends, one of the things that we are facing as a problem is data. I can tell you that all the data sources that we have relating to this issue fall short of the real scale of the problem. Is it the police crime statistics? It only deals with those cases that are reported to the police. We have the sources from the district health and information systems. How many young girls attend ANT when they are pregnant? Or go to a health facility that is having that information system? It still falls short. Is it our work as civil society? We still fall short of recognizing the real extent of this problem we are dealing with. But nonetheless, it is a significant issue that we're talking about. For example, they say that analysis of first antenatal visits from district health information systems indicated that there were 354,736 teenage pregnancies. Teenage. Teen means from 13 to 19. Teenage pregnancies in 2020 alone. But as I said, that's from people, young young girls who are visiting ANT, majority don't, or go to private health facilities, or go to none at all. And so it just paints to you a scale of the problem that we are dealing with. This is bad enough. The 350,000 is bad enough. But the fact that we have not captured in totality this problem should awaken us to say that this is something that we need to prioritize. We need to prioritize as development partners. We need to prioritize as government. We need to prioritize as civil society, as cultural leaders, as religious leaders. We must be restless about this. We cannot be sending our girls early to motherhood when they themselves are losing their childhood. And so today, we are here to say that let's come together. Let's reflect on the things that we have done and have worked. Let's also reflect on the things that we have not done. Let's listen to what we are going to say here, but let's also listen to what is not said. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite us to invest in data, because it is through data that we will look at the whole picture of the problem. If we have the data that is not comprehensive enough, it means that we are not handling the whole breadth and width of the problem. I appreciate the Uganda police for documenting incidences of crime that involve defilement and other forms of violations against the girl child. I also appreciate the Ministry of Health for aggregating data relating to teenage pregnancy and making that available. We need more data. We need more data in all the ministries, departments, and agencies. We need the data from education, from health, from civil society, from cultural leaders, from religious leaders. We need data on this issue that we are dealing with. But friends, we need to keep our girls in school. Research has shown that when we keep girls in school just for 10 years, that you significantly reduce the extent of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. School, just for 10 years, that is about senior 3. It significantly reduces because they are more enlightened, because they are more committed to other engagements, they are learning, and so on. We're having too many girls and young people drop out of school. Can we commit to keeping our girls in school? Can we renew our commitments first to ensure that we are addressing all the causes that result into teenage pregnancy, child marriage, but more importantly, to reverse the trend that we are seeing, because it is increasing. We need to reverse that trend and end teenage pregnancy and child marriage, to release the girls for their own future, economic prosperity, and the prosperity of this nation. We need to reverse that worrisome trend, and we need to restore their lives. Because as I said, teenage pregnancy and early marriage removes the child in the girl. And we need to provide an opportunity to restore that child back, to learn, to grow, and to contribute to the socio-economic transformation of this country in its fullest. It is the future of this nation that is at stake. You know, when we have a problem such as this, it's not time for a blame game. We don't have that luxury. Pick up your role. What is it? Are you a politician? Pick up that role. Because this reminds me of World War II, which estimated, they say, about 6 million lives, especially Jews, were killed. And somebody, a reverend, when reflecting on the lives lost, said, who do we hold responsible in Germany, Nazi Germany, for the lives that were lost? And this reverend is called Professor Karl Marx. He came up with saying that, who is guilty? He says that we have a political guilt. He said that we have a criminal guilt. And he said that we have what he called a metaphysical guilt. I want to bring us back to that place where we're asking ourselves, who bears responsibility and guilt for the state of the welfare and well-being of the girl child? Unfortunately, all of us are guilty. If you're a politician, you bear political guilt for what we are seeing here. If you're a cultural leader, you bear a guilt of social norms and cultures that put the girl child in this place. If you are a religious leader, you bear what Professor Karl Jaspers said, metaphysical guilt, meaning before God, you are also guilty as a religious leader. And if you are violating girls, sexually abusing them, you have a criminal guilt to deal with. And so, can we pick our share of guilt and deal with it, even as we reflect on the well-being and welfare of a girl, as we reflect on saving this nation from the worst forms of violence against girls? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joy Xavier, for those remarks. He speaks very, very passionately about the girl child. And indeed, if you listen keenly to his remarks, the key points on which we are supposed to be addressing lied in there. You know, whenever they talk about the girl child, I also listen keenly, because I'm a father to twins who are only 7 years old, and they're both girls. So whenever you talk about the girl child, my ears raise up like those of a dog. And I'm wondering, what are you saying about the girl child? So Mr. Joy, I share your passion. Indeed, like he says, all of us have to play our roles. We need to play our roles. Each and everyone here. Like I'm doing my part to raise responsible girls, you as well need to do your part, raise responsible children. So that when they interact, they're talking about issues that help them fulfill their full potential through the life cycle. At the age where they have a role to play. Thank you so much, Mr. Joy. Ladies and gentlemen, join me now in welcoming our guest of honor, the Minister of State for Gender and Culture Affairs, the Honorable Mtuzo Peace Regis. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister. need to give Honourable Minister another round of applause. You know, the Honourable Minister there spends most of her time handling issues to do with the girl child. If you went in the central western regions where we have had issues of abductions of girls into marriage, and this is a reality, where young girls are just picked up and forced into marriage, she has been spending most of her recent time in that area. Once she saw the first story on the news portals, she didn't wait for any other order. She jumped into her vehicle and went on the ground, and indeed she has been working with the police to ensure that the girls are protected. Who can be more proactive than that? Another round of applause. So I would like to thank you, Honourable Minister, for joining us and for always standing with the girl child. Honourable Minister, here with us is a representation of participants and guests from a wide array of areas across the country. We indeed have guests who have come in from different districts of our country. A cross-section of all the districts are represented here, but also we have the CSOs that work to deal with issues to do with the girl child. And of course, we have representatives from the cultural and religious institutions of Uganda. At this juncture, Honourable Minister, allow me invite a beneficiary from Naguru Teenage Center. She's called Chisache Rachel, who will be sharing her story on teenage pregnancy. And after that, we shall launch into the opening remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Chisache. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Naguru Teenage Center, for all the work you do for the young people. You do a good job. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. All protocols observed. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimda Kevin from Naguru Teenage Center. I work as M&E officer. And with help from UNFPA, we support young mothers through our psychosocial clubs. We support them in empowering them with SRH information, that is sexual reproductive and health information, and rights as well. But not only that, we also help to link them to livelihood programs to promote sort of economic empowerment for these young girls, because most of them are out of school and they have nothing to do. So through this economic empowerment, they can get some money to help take care of their babies. So without further ado, I'm here with one of our young mothers. She's by the name Chisache Rachel. She's here to share her story. Please help me, join me to welcome Chisache Rachel.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Chisache Rachel, a PM mother, and I'm glad to be here that I'm going to share my story. It was in 2021 last year when I got pregnant. By that time, I wasn't staying with my mom. I was staying with my cousin brother, who gave me a lot of freedom, and to me, I think it wasn't good at all for me. By that time, I had a boyfriend who later on impregnated me. And after finding out that I was pregnant, I feared to tell my mom nor my cousin. And the first thing that came into my mind was to carry out an abortion. And that's not good at all. When I thought of carrying out an abortion, and by that time I had no money, so carrying it out, I am supposed to be with money, yet I never had that money. I decided to look for a job where I can earn money and go and carry out that process. When I got a job, I got the money, the amount I needed, and I called the toll-free line of Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center, thinking that they will help me in my decision. But unfortunately, the counselor didn't support me to carry out an abortion. She just gave me knowledge on how I can remain with my pregnancy, how I can live with it without carrying out an abortion. And I give thanks to that counselor. Time went on. I decided to go back to Mom because I feared my cousin. I said to myself that if he finds out, what will he say? I decided to go back to Mom. I stayed with Mom for some time. Then January came. Mom never knew that I was pregnant. Then she went to the market to buy the school requirements because first term had commenced. Without telling Mom that I was pregnant and her without knowing, she went to the market and bought the school requirements, the toilet papers, the removal papers, and so on, much more. After buying the school requirements, I feared to tell Mom. The good thing, I didn't allow her to pay the school fees. Then it was in January, I think around 14th, I decided to run away from home. Because my mom is a tough mom. I never know how will I approach her, tell her that, Mom, do you know what? I'm pregnant. So I decided to run away and I went far away from home. The situation being difficult for me there, I faced many challenges. Sometimes I could not eat food, and yet I was pregnant. I made up my mind and I said that, let me tell Mom what I'm facing right now and about the pregnancy. When I called Mom and I told her, it was a phone call, she just asked me that, have you called to tell me about the miracle God has done for you? That's what she asked me. So I was like, should I go back home or not? But I thanked Mom that she welcomed me back home and encouraged me to go for antenatal. At first, it was difficult for me in the community to see me going for antenatal when I'm a young girl. And people could say, Rachel, you left your mom's money at school. And my fellow teenagers were refused to talk to me, nor to give me a company. They'll say that I'm already spoiled, that I'll spoil their children, what. And I was, how will I live in this community? But through the health talks and the information I got from the center, I just closed my ears and I said, whether they say what, do what, everything, it had already happened. And I just said, let me go to the facility, I get my antenatal service. Then time came, it was in March 27th and it was a Sunday. My mom wasn't around. I got labor pains. At first I thought that it's just a normal stomach ache. Yet they were labor pains. Mom wasn't around. I decided to call her. But at first I feared to call her because I had not bought anything for my baby, and Mom told me that the midwives will quarrel, the bills missed. So to me I said, how will I tell Mom? And what will I tell the midwives at the hospital? But the labor pains continued, and I just said, let me call Mom. When I called her, she came running home. And unfortunately, it was time for the baby to come out, and I delivered at home. The good thing, I delivered safely. And the day being a Sunday, the day I gave birth, on Monday, I decided to take my baby to the hospital because I thought that he was a premature because I had not made 9 months. I was still there in eight months. And I had no knowledge about that. My mom just told me that the babies are premature. He was thin. On Monday, I went to the health facility. The doctor told me that the baby was in a good condition and he's not a premature. I felt good because I thought of being at Kawempe, the Kawempe Hospital, in the nursery bed. I saw it as a tough condition. But after the doctor telling me so, I got relieved. She just encouraged me to go for postnatal to take my baby for immunization. And I have been taking my baby to be immunized. And right now he is in a good condition. And I thank God for that. And also thank the Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center for providing me information about sexual health, reproductive information. I'm just happy that I'm here to share my story, and young girls out there can learn a lesson from me. Thank you.
Wow, I thought she deserved another round of applause. I think even if we ended here and went back home, her story has covered all that we're supposed to be discussing. It's not just about her. Her story is a trail of various people. You heard the counselors, you heard about the health care providers, you heard about the parents, you heard about the brother. I hope you're taking note when she mentioned all these things. And surely we all fall in one of those categories, wherever we come from. So, if you looked at where the gaps were in her story, you can point to who was responsible for the gap. When you relate to your situation back home, I hope you're not letting such gaps arise. Very good call to action for all of us. Thank you, Rachel, for that story. And please, thank you so much for sharing with us, because not many can do that. If you look at the statistics of 2016 research, they noted that of every 10 people who went for antenatal care, 2 of them were teenagers. 2 out of 10 were teenagers. I think as we are right now, with the situation of COVID and all the challenges we went through, the situation must be worse. And therefore we need to do more. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture now, allow me invite our next speaker from representing the UN agencies. May I invite, and you join me in welcoming Rachel Ogola from UNFPA. Madam Rachel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is also Rachel. It's a coincidence. But the story of Rachel is the story of most of the girls that we are all here to serve. I believe the story of why we are here is so that one day Rachel will come back in this podium, not to give her story of how teenage pregnancy has affected her life, but also to give a speech on behalf of UN agencies, just like the Rachel who's standing here today. And I believe that's our dream, all of us. And Rachel, I look forward really to that day. So once again, my name is Rachel Gola. I work with UNFPA, Uganda. I am here to represent UNFPA and UNICEF, and I'm here on behalf of UNFPA representative, country representative, who was supposed to deliver this speech. So I'm going to read it verbatim because I'm a messenger, so I don't change her message. So our Honorable Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the development partners present, honorable members of parliament, senior government officials, representatives of civil society, organization and private sector, media representatives, my fellow UN colleagues, girls and boys present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is my pleasure to join you this morning at a technical discussion on the critical issues concerning the girl child in Uganda. I am happy to join the rest of you to reflect on what has worked and how much more is required to have the girls' potential fulfilled. I am excited to join like-minded people in this room, whom together we believe that adolescent girls should live free of violence and discrimination. We are guided by the international human rights to which every human being is rightfully entitled. Every girl, no matter where she's born, should have a chance to reach her potential. Every girl deserves to be welcomed to this world with the same joy and celebration as a boy. Every girl has the right to life and dignity. Every girl has the right to education, including sexuality education, and to learn and to be as smart as she can be. Every girl has a right to be a girl and not to be a child bride. Every girl has the right to live free of female genital mutilation. And every girl has the right to health, including sexual and reproductive health. Yet these rights continue to be violated in Uganda and worldwide on a massive and systematic scale. Ladies and gentlemen, last week on 17th November, during the celebrations of the International Day of the Girl Child, we all said yes to education, empowerment, equality, and committed to providing girls with platform to exercise their power, decision-making, and access to appropriate reproductive health and information. So now is the time for action. We must take action when 25% of adolescent girls in Uganda continue to get pregnant or are child mothers every single year for the last 10 years. We must take action when nearly 1/4 of adolescent girls in Uganda have been victims of physical violence since the age of 15. We must take action when HIV prevalence is almost 4 times higher among females than males aged 15 to 24 years in Uganda. And we must take action when some 34% of young women aged 20 to 24 in Uganda were married before age of 18. Early and forced child marriages deprive girls of their autonomy, their education. Rachel didn't tell us what happened. Is she back in school? You can hear that. And their health. It steals their hopes and dreams away from them before their very eyes. The government of Uganda and partners have made headways, and there are positive stories to tell about addressing issues of child marriage. For instance, the national campaign to address defilements, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and positive parenting championed by Her Excellency, the First Lady of Uganda. This is one of the many initiatives that demonstrate the government of Uganda's commitment from the highest level of political leadership in a future that believes in girls' agencies. Through Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the country also developed and launched the new national strategy to end child marriage and teen pregnancy, which consolidates and provides a direction to the key priorities and key actors to end child marriage. The revision and launch of guidelines on prevention and management of teenage pregnancy in school settings in Uganda. This will go a long way in expanding education opportunity for the girl child. The development of parenting guidelines by Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. And we also recognize the Ministry of Gender efforts to finalize the sexuality education guidelines for out of school to complete the in-school guidelines and the sexuality education framework. We all know that laws and policies alone are not enough to lead to the required transformation. Different stakeholders are also supporting various interventions to uplift the status of girl child in Uganda. For instance, in 2021, the UNFPA and UNICEF Global Program to End Child Marriage and its partners provided more than 200,000 adolescent girls with life skills and comprehensive sexuality education, which empowers them to make choices about their bodies and futures. The joint program also works with boys, so they will become the first male generation to neither perpetrate nor tolerate violence against women and girls. UNFPA and UNICEF wishes to commend the government of Uganda for the tremendous progress made in addressing issues that pertain to girls' rights, from policies to programs, and the civil society organizations for their contribution. Specifically, ActionAID Uganda for partnering with Ministry of Gender and the UN to organize this event that has brought us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, ensuring the rights of girls requires concerted efforts, and thus partnership and collaborations are key to our journey to transformation. May I conclude by congratulating all the incredible girls who are participating in these events. Can I see the hands of girls going up? Thank you. I am deeply moved and proud of the magnificent women of all ages who are here with us today as we soldier on. We should not stop until the world upholds the inherent right of every girl child. If you change her life, you change the whole world. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for those remarks. Indeed, we shall do our part to change the life of the girl child and change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of the chairperson of the National Women's Council, the Honorable Farida Chibowa. You're most welcome. And with her, I've seen also the publicity secretary of the council, Ms. Namatovu Mastula, as well as the finance secretary, Ms. Aquinora Robina. But we're also joined by the Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Women's Council, Ms. Emily Akulo. Those are the ones driving that structure that starts from the national to the village level. If you want to reach the women, you must be engaging the National Women's Council. Moving on, we are joined by the Assistant Commissioner in charge Children Affairs, who is representing the Commissioner for Youth and Children at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Toleya Franco, who will be making a presentation here on We'll be speaking about the status of children, the girl child in Uganda, and he has a PowerPoint presentation for that. Mr. Tolea, the floor is yours now.
The honorable ministers present and other dignitaries who are present here, the cultural leaders, and all of you in your distinguished capacities. I'm going to make a brief presentation. I leave much of it for the group discussions. I bring apologies of the commissioner who has been taken up by some other urgent duty. So I had to come in urgently to take this responsibility. Has my PowerPoint been on already? As an introduction, I want to look at the structure of Uganda's population. By definition, when you talk of a girl, you are talking of a female who is below the age of 18 years. Uganda's total population projection by UBOS in 2021 shows that the total population of females is about 50.68%. Of these, 23,928,000 about there are young people under the age of 15 years. Of these about 23 million people, 12 million, about 12 million, with some figures there, are males, and females constitute 11,875,310. Of these 23 million persons between the age 15 and 64 years old, 11,446,735 are females. It's also important to note that a higher percentage of this girl population live in rural areas. A snapshot of the situation of girls in line with the National Child Policy and the cardinal rights of the child under survival, protection, participation, and education. Nearly 210 adolescent girls under the pillar of survival, that is survival and health, nearly 210 adolescent girls and young women are infected with HIV/AIDS every week. In 2010, Uganda registered about 15,000 new HIV infections, and among adolescents and young people, 15 to 24 years, 79% of these were adolescent girls and women who were infected in 2010. About the 15,000, 79% are young girls and adolescents. Under the pillar of education, we have achieved to a greater extent parity in primary education, though the number still is very low at completion for girls. Access and completion for secondary education, for instance, by girls 13 to 18 years is still less than 50%. In 2018, the net enrollment rate for girls stood at 21%, and for the national enrollment in secondary schools stood at 47.8%. At the same time, the transition from primary to secondary level is 68.5%, and only 1 in 3 girls completed senior 4. Under the protection, birth registration for boys and girls is still low at 32%. Evidence shows that only 45.7% of the adolescent girls and young women, 44.8% of the adolescent boys and girls, young women know about their sexual and reproductive health rights, including learning about HIV/AIDS protection and prevention. At large, the proportion of these adolescents marry early. About 10% of the adolescent girls and young women marry by age 15 and 34 by 18 years. In addition, 14.3% of the adolescent girls between the age of 15 and 19 cohabit in their marriages, which stood about 38.7%. And these adolescents who are in cohabiting relationships are subject to GBV. In 2016, about 45% of the adolescent girls aged 15 and 19 and 54% of the young women aged 20 to 24 reported physical violence or sexual violence. I want to give you some brief statistics from the violence against children with study of 2018, especially in the area of abuse of young girls, as brought out in that study survey. In terms of sexual violence, among girls aged 18 to 24-year-old Ugandans who were surveyed that time, 1 in 3 girls, about 35%, reported experiencing sexual violence during their childhood. 1 in 4 girls, about 25%, reported sexual violence in that same year. Most of the perpetrators of this violence, especially the sexual violence, are neighbors and some are strangers. We are aware of the consequences of this violence in terms of mental distress to girls, suicidal tendencies, early pregnancies and unwanted pregnancies, to mention. In terms of sexual exploitation of 18 to 24-year-old females who had sex before age 18, confirmed that they had the sex in exchange for money. In terms of physical violence, girls of age 18 to 24 years, 6 in 10 of the females reported experiencing physical violence, 6 out of 10. And most of the perpetrators of the physical violence are parents and the adults. Emotional violence also, 1 in 3 girls reported experiencing emotional violence. So what are our recommendations? Our recommendations we need to implement and enforce the existing laws. We need to talk about some of the negative cultural practices, values, and norms. We need to strengthen parenting. We have to enforce and practice child participation and strengthen our referral system. Finally, we need to do strong coordination with the partners. Even if you look at our Sauti 1.1 report of June, just this June, in the total of 550 cases of violence reported in June alone, 55% of these violences were reported against young girls. Just for the month of June, and this is what is captured in the Sauti 1.1. And in terms of GBV reported in the Sauti 1.1, majority of the cases are also directed to young girls in the SD report in Sauti 1.1. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my brief presentation, and some of the strategic recommendations are there. These are recommendations which we developed as a result of the study on the violence against children established. You can look at them there. Thank you very much. Do I receive comments? The moderator is not there. So I moderate. I was about to.
My apologies, my commissioner. Thank you so much for those highlights. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me invite the Assistant Commissioner, Gender and Women Affairs, Madam Maggie Chomukama, to come and invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us and officially open this session. A round of applause.
Is it afternoon already? Is it already afternoon? You know. Okay, good morning to you all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in your various capacities, on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, I would like to add my voice to that of others who have welcomed you here. And I now have the honor and pleasure to invite none other than our Honorable Minister of State for Gender and Cultural Affairs, Honorable Mutuzo Peace Regis, an activist, an expert, a community mobilizer, a patriotic woman of action. And I know that what she's going to speak here is from her heart. She leads with her heart and the passion she has for gender equality. Honorable Minister, you are welcome.
Honorable members of parliament here, the country representative of UNFPA, Madam Rachel Magola, the country representative of UNFPA, UNICEF, development partners, UN representatives, the permanent secretary, the chairperson of National Women Council, Madam Farid Robowa, and the executive members of the National Women Council, representatives from the district local government, representatives from the civil society organizations, the media fraternity, the ladies who came to share with us their experiences, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm profoundly privileged and honored to be here today at the National Symposium on the welfare and well-being of a girl child under the theme, Protect the Girl, Protect the Nation. I wish to note that this is a very important event to bring on board all stakeholders in one room to discuss the challenges girls face and deliberate on different measures and mechanisms of government and partners that we need to handle to ensure that the girl child is safe and is protected against all forms of violence and given a chance and opportunity to exploit their full potential. I take note and honor and recognize and appreciate the organizers of this symposium, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, in partnership with the ActionAID International Uganda. And I wish to take this opportunity to recognize and extend appreciations to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and Mama Janet Kataha, the First Lady, for their efforts in championing and ensuring that the girl child is protected and given means to exploit their full potential. It may be talked about lightly, but General Kaguta Yoweri Museveni liberated women. I talk about this with confidence and with enormous research done, that every time he holds, and I'm sure you know it, that there isn't a single International Women's Day that he has ever failed to appear. And when he speaks with personal emotions. But we cannot keep it only at that high level. We have to break it down, and every member of our community and society must do something. Not just to talk, but walk the talk. How can 6 girls in every 10 report cases of violence? It has a lot of bearing on the institution of the family. It has a lot of bearing on the institutions where we keep our children, in schools, on the roadsides, the border riders we give our daughters. A lady shared her experience on WhatsApp, maybe we should share again, who has a 6-year-old daughter who should leave early to a border rider who they had contracted to take her to school every day. And this border rider would rape her every morning and had threatened to kill her if she ever mentioned it. So that means there is a big gap between the parents and their children. The 6-year-old daughter would only enter class at 8 o'clock in tears every day. And every time she entered class, the teachers would beat her for late coming. That is adding salt to injury. Until the teacher took time off to speak to the girl, and the girl opened up. When she shared with the mother, she almost collapsed. Another experience was from a judge who had just concluded a case in court of defilement and had sentenced the perpetrator to 15 years imprisonment. When she returned home, the daughter confronted the mother for harshly judging somebody over a matter that was just normal. The mother took time to explain the dangers of violence and said she was even lenient. This man should have been in prison for 25 years. So the daughter asked, are you going to judge your brother this harshly who has been doing this with me every day? That was her blood relative who she had confined in and respected and, I think, trusted to be taking the daughter to school while she runs busy for work every early morning. Toria did not mention that about 40% of the cases which are allegedly the teenage pregnancies, which are allegedly to have been caused by COVID, that were from incest. Our brothers and sisters and relatives who keep at home with our children are the ones who introduce them to these sexual violations. So if we must have friends, our children should be the first. And every parent should befriend their children. Actually, date them if you can. Have an outing with them, take time off with them. And unfortunately, some people using cultural practices have turned them into commercial commodities. Instead of selling off their cows, they would choose to sell off their daughter. That's why I'm against dowry. Dowry is no good. It is just sale of a child. It is a cultural practice. And I know the media is going to capture this fast. Yes, that is what I want. But why would you want to sell off your daughter? When they are negotiating terms behind the scenes, you are not there. You as a girl who is going to work for this number of cows that they have given to your people. And they coerce us as women to support the idea of dowry when they are selling us, unfortunately. Those are some of the practices that have really affected many girls even after COVID. Do you remember, for example, of the effects of COVID or the causes of COVID? Do you remember pregnancy as being one of the causes of COVID? I don't remember any health officers pointing to that the cause of COVID is pregnancy. Did you remember it anywhere? They would tell us to wash our hands with soap and water. They never told us that pregnancy is also part of it. But after COVID or during COVID, we hear 3 million girls got pregnant because of what? COVID. How did COVID impregnate anybody? I thought it was killing, so it was impregnating. So those are part of the bad reports. We fail to address the issues and its causes directly. And we run around with other things to package them as if they are the real causes. They are not. And if we don't come out strongly as activists condemn these practices and abuses and walk the talk, be seen to rescue people, I have disorganized about 7 weddings. Those people will never forget me. But I'm also very sure that it has put a lesson in some people's minds. Recently, Zimbabwe, I found a man trying to marry off a girl who was 9 years, but this man had packed a V8 in his compound. So he's not poor in any way. He has all the cows, he has everything around him, but a 9 years girl is the one he's trying to send her off into marriage. And it is a common practice within the pastoralists. The pastoral communities have found no other commodity to sell off with ease, not even cows, but the girls. Even after COVID pandemic, which is so unfortunate. So I think we need to address the issues of negative masculinity. That feeling of I am a man and a man and a man must practice whatever his manhood commands is a wrong perception. It has implications on girls, but also on themselves. When you marry off a 9-year girl, what kind of partner are you looking at yourself to remain with for the next 70 years? May not necessarily be a wrong partner, but it's not the kind of partner that you are going to debate with on issues of national development. If you continue rising up your career in school while you have a partner at home who cannot challenge you or address with you issues intellectually, then it means in your 40s, you are going to look for another partner who is going to discuss with you at the same wavelength or level. Alternatively, you are going to find other people's partners and engage them. I hope I am speaking sense. Today I chose to preach. But I know what we are talking about, everybody knows it. And it doesn't take long for you to get out of the comfort zone and address these challenges. They are happening everywhere within our neighborhood. And we don't need just to talk, let us act. Find teenagers marrying each other, on the podium, stand and tell them, you are in wrong, I am the person who is going to report to police. I have been to police to make statements. Some parents fear, but they also are not interested in seeing their children being married off or abused by their relatives. So they come behind the scenes and inform other duty bearers like us and say, please stand into my gap. I cannot mention it. If I do, my husband will not allow me back home, but he wants to marry this girl off. I want to encourage you to be part of the whistleblowers, to stand into this gap and rescue the girls. I want to appreciate the partners who have worked with and moved with this long journey. In promoting women in politics through women representatives at both lower and higher levels, initiatives such as Uganda Women Efforts to Save Orphans, WESO, their immense contributions towards the girl-child empowerment cannot go unnoticed, and we want to celebrate with them the occasion and the journey so far moved. I want to appreciate the women councils from the grassroots to the national level. In the last 4 years, they have been very vigilant and active. Right from the grassroots, at least women have where to report to when there are cases of this injustice. Now these councils have expired, but we need to reactivate them as quickly as we can, or seek for even more time for them to stay because of their contribution they have made. We are getting to the parish development model, and we have already sent money on ground. And women have their 30%. And the chairpersons of the women councils at the various levels from the parish level are the ones to ensure that they represent their fellow women. How can they execute that without substantive leadership? So unless we extend their term of office or hold elections, then we'll be sure that the women's money is safe, because it's going to go a long way in supporting the girl child back to school and supporting women's entrepreneurship program. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to note that as a country, we acknowledge these challenges, and the good thing is that we don't hide them behind the blanket. The teenage marriages and pregnancies, increased cases of violence against children, in particular the girl child, increased cases of gender-based violence, child-headed families. I don't know the figures now, but the last I remember was that there were 18% of the families who have are child-headed. High poverty levels, famine, and particularly in Karamoja sub-region, increased occurrences of harmful practices mentored on the girl child, like female genital mutilation and other forms of mutilations in Karamoja and many other areas in Uganda, even the central region. And a number of burdens bared by women single-handedly. The little Rachel came and gave us her story. And she was only fearing to tell the mother. And deep inside me, I was asking, why would she not fear to tell the father? Perhaps the fathers are missing in our lives. And that is very common. But where are they? Because they are the ones impregnating these women. So where are they? The good thing is that we have many men in the house. Are fathers there? Are you in your children's lives? Somehow, other than providing school fees and a shelter and food perhaps, are you really fully in charge? Are you fully in these children's lives? We need to review that part and see that we really know. We even get to know when this child first gets her menstruation. You see, in our culture, they will tell you, Murwadde. But I don't remember of a disease called menstruation. Otherwise, the doctors would have told me about it. It is a normal life. When you get into puberty as a man, the voice goes deep, the hair begins running around and all over. But I don't ever remember that being called a disease. But when it is a girl's menstruation, she's sick. Suffering from what? And once she knows she's sick, then she has to hide herself and package herself as indeed as a person who is sick. But she's not. It is normal life. So we need to normalize these things and talk about them openly to our children. Of course, we thought that the gaps between parents would be lowered or closed during COVID, but this is where we had the biggest boomerang. We have many causes of child abuse. I've already talked about absent parents, including mothers. I wouldn't state that they're only men, but also mothers have gotten out now to work, and they have taken their heart to work as well. There is also careless love, where you love a child and pamper them with every goodies when you are really spoiling them. Our daughter Rachel already expressed that she was given too much freedom, which was a danger. The free alcohol of late, what is 500 shillings? It is not even a balance that you ask from a child who has gone to buy bread or salt. 500, you not even demand for it. But it is worth, it is enough to buy alcohol that will spoil your son. Of course, negative masculinity, misrepresentation of facts that COVID pregnants children when it does not, and patriarchal norms and practices, which are still so negative. And I don't want to blame that patriarchy because people do it knowingly that they are doing wrong. Increased rates of child marriages. Now children have gone back home for holidays after this whole 1 year. We need now to take it up from this level. Because some people are used to marrying off young girls, these glittering girls who have come from school may not survive. So during Christmas time, during this, and it is a long holiday as well. I think it starts on Friday, this week, 25th, and they will return in February. 5th or 8th? 6th of February. That's not a very short time for the devil to practice its capacity and put your child down, both boys and girls. I have heard men complaining. You talk about women and women and women and women. You have emancipated all of them. They are now above us. How about the boy child? Are there men who are complaining around here? They are here. Or they are not here? You are. I can see a big boy over there in the corner complaining. Mr. Mondo Chateka, you stand up with your complaint so that you are observed properly. Yes, they are right. Because if we emancipate only girls, then who are going to be the fathers? Who are going to be the household leaders? With what sanity if we leave them to own alcohol? If you go to the villages right now, there are these boxes, I don't know how they call them, where they drop coins. How do they call them? Achwin again? Come and tell me properly. Achwilili? Achwilili. Obu box bayibuyita batya buli bwo badropinga mu sente 10 oba 2 oba 5, I don't know.
Most especially bitano.
Bitano?
The moment you put it, forget about it.
Okay. Now those boxes are targeting our boy child. First of all, encouraging them to steal. Because they don't ask for the 500 shillings from their parents to drop into the boxes. Secondly, they are draining the children, denying them of the time, valuable time to go and work at home. Brain drain, but also draining the economy. I don't know the proprietors of these boxes. I don't know who they are. We have requested for a ban of these boxes. We have directed that in cabinet and even parliament, and I pray that wherever you find that box, ensure that it is out of your way. In my district, we have made a bylaw. If we find that box, we shall break it. Break it and burn it. And take the money, and whoever is around, share it. And I'm waiting for them to report to me, the owners of those boxes. The worst of all, of course, is to drain our economy. That box is programmed. By the time it releases 5,000 shillings or 10,000 shillings, it has consumed towards 1 million shillings. If the owner of the box finds the good market, he will now increase the ratio at which it is releasing money so that it drains more from these people who are using the boxes. So this child who has gotten the 5,000 or 10,000 thinks he's a winner and encourages many more. And because of the way they pour, and somebody thinks he has gotten a jackpot of 1 million of money. So the child brings it quickly, picks it quickly because it's going to close. He picks it quickly and puts into the bag, and everybody wonders, this one is now very rich. So all of them run to put in and put in and put in and put in. While the other ones are taking our money back, and not even in this country, they are taking it back to their home countries. So we can't allow these kinds of investors. We should frustrate their activities here. Banabave bwero kuja wana kusika chapati. Okuba obusente sente bu 15. Badeyo. If they must come, they should be experts in things we cannot do ourselves. According to the 2016 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, 34% of women between 20 and 24 years were married or in union before age 18 to 7. Can you imagine a 7-year girl child being in union or marriage before age 15? Research suggests that girls who marry before age 18 have lower school completion, certainly yes, engage in more unpaid labor, and have poor health outcome than their peers who remain in school and do nothing to marry during childhood. If somebody starts producing children at age 18 up to about age 45, I am sure by the time he completes childbearing process, he will have a football pitch of children full in their compound. And these are the ones who we shall also bring other extended families too, because she's stable at home. So the burden the woman is going to face from childhood to death, she will never have a smile on her face. Not even for a single day in her marriage. But this is a person who you started a banquet with, everybody smiling except her. Even when she's in white clothes, she's busy crying. So she walks that journey up to the day she dies in tears. I don't think we deserve this. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to recognize and appreciate the different efforts of all stakeholders involved in providing and promoting a better environment and general welfare of a girl-child prevention and response to all forms of violence against them. I wish to inform you that all that, according to Uganda National Qualitative Survey Report on Violence Against Women and Girls 2020 by Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, UN Women, UN Count, Department of International Development, and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development indicated that girls are at a greater risk of violence. It involves a range of physical and sexual and psychosocial harm, as well as several controlling and coercive practices in the context that is sustained. Which context that is this that is sustained? Those that have called traditions are coercive norms and practices in the context which is sustained because they inculcate more of these feelings to women. You know the concept of Senga. Senga is a key figure here. Shwenkas. You remember a girl who was kidnapped towards the Sinjiro, Sango Bay. That girl was taken, some people took photographs. She was moved from a home by an auntie who camouflaged as though she needed her support. This girl was around P6. She had come for the one in P7, but the one in P7 was sick, and I hope you understand the kind of sickness. She wasn't necessarily sick, but she was in her menstruations. So she did not want to get out to get into a taxi or anything because she should be on her leave during that period. That's what they presume. So a P6 girl was taken instead to support the auntie who had delivered twins. Her mother released her to the sister, innocently. Along the way, after they boarded the border, the two of them, along the way, she had connived with others who had a car to take her away. So they brutally raided her, but luckily, like the angel will always rescue, one of them took pictures to pose around during wedding that he was part of those that were involved into securing the girl for marriage. So he shared with some other person, and that person shared with others until it went on WhatsApp. And all of us got to learn about it. We were in time with police. While police was trying to follow up, I also did not sleep that night. I ran to a direction I did not know, but I kept following up to Sinjiro. That girl was rescued. She's now in very safe hands. One of our development partners has chosen to take her on and educate her up to when she chooses to complete. So, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda remains committed to spearheading interventions geared towards ensuring girl, child, and freedoms are protected at all levels of development. I should drop in another story. We went to Karangara a few months ago with the Women Council. The children who were presented to us for an entertainment in the evening, we thought we had taken ourselves out, girls' evening day. But the babies who were presented to us for an entertainment were between 4 and 7. And they were dancing karaoke. Past midnight, the first group that danced before us were mature people, and we appreciated them. But the midnight dance, that time when they are dancing funny things, when they are even naked, they brought babies. 7 years, 4 years, 6 years, 7 years. To dance karaoke, naked, bend over, all crazy things. And they were with their auntie. Our sisters who come to Kampala to work leave their children in custody with their relatives. So she collected a number of them to help them. She camouflages to be running an orphanage, but that orphanage is luring the children towards dancing and ill behaviors. We didn't leave those children on the stage. We picked them, they're in Naguru. They're having their free education. So once you position yourself as one who can save, people will come to you. There are many people who know these injustices within our society. Please take up a step and save these people. And every time you make mention of it, it is not that you want to attract a hand of and other stakeholders are going to spend the whole of December and the 16 days, in addition to the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, on media campaigns to ensure that we start sending good messages to parents and other duty bearers. Of course, we shall be in partnership with the religious and faith-based organizations, with even cultural institutions, to ensure that we erase these kinds of injustices out of our society. I'm certain and sure that the objective for which we have gathered here in this symposium on the welfare and well-being of the girl child, strengthening coordination at all levels, promoting networking, sharing of experiences and good practices, and enhanced partnership for the girl child in Uganda, among others. I hope and pray that the outcomes will be documented and action areas fast-tracked for implementation for the good of the girl child in Uganda. It's now my pleasure and honor, after a very long time speech and a quarrel within it, but a productive quarrel, I am pleased to officially open the National Symposium on the welfare and well-being of a girl child, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for those remarks. And indeed, it shows, the passion shows in the way you speak about these issues and the action you take. I don't know if we were all proactive in that way, we would make a change. She told you when she was going to Isinjiro, she didn't even know which direction they were going, but all she needed is to be in a car and go towards where the problem is. If we all did like that, this would be a changed world indeed. We'd like to appreciate you, Honourable Minister, for that proactiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of a commissioner from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Honourable Atwaire Juliet, who is here with us. You're most welcome. At this juncture, we're now going into a very quick session to look at a report on the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period in Uganda. A photo moment? Okay. We are going to have a photo moment, and photographer, you ready? Where are we doing here? Okay. So may I invite the Honorable Minister and the team from the Women Council, the commissioners, UN agencies, the country director, ActionAID, the permanent secretary, Minister of Gender, to please come up here for a photo session. We shall be taking them in groups. So photographer, please. And the Commissioner of Human Rights, yes, will join the team. And Madam Annette Kabarunji, who has led the preparations for this symposium. Well done, Annette. Yes. Honourable Minister, we kindly request to come over here for the photo moment.
Fresh.
Do we have district chairpersons?
Fresh.
District chairpersons, please come and join this team. Heads of CSOs.
Fresh.
Yeah. No, that's enough. Let's just stand behind. Please, all the heads of CSO NGOs, please, members of the CSOs. Mr. Xavier Joyi, I don't see you. District chairpersons, LC5. Those who are with us, chief administrative officers, cows who are here with us, please. This is your photo moment. Please join in. Okay, very good. Yeah. Very good. Okay, we're taking the shot now at the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, shot. You could take another one. 3, 2, 1, shot. Okay, let's have another group. Let's have these tables in front. Please come and just stand behind. You could stay there, the team in front on the chairs, just stay. Please. Members on the front row, please. Nikum, please. Just stand behind. All right. Please, Reverend, faster. Next is that row. The tables, the next row, please come running. The minister has another engagement. Right from the start to the end, that row, please come. Yes, please come. Okay, we're done with you. Next. The next row should be moving closer. All the tables in the next row. Sandy, lead your team. Please come. Over there, please come. Quickly. We take shot. 1, 2, 3. Shot. Photographer, there is not much time, please. take the shot. I'm calling the next group. 1, 2, 3, shot. Thank you so much. Next, please come. Next group. As the next tables move closer, and the girl children in the building, please be on standby. Please come close here. All the girl children we have here today, come just here. Where are all the girls we have today? Please come here. Okay. Next group, please. Yes. And then those other tables behind, please come now. Any other tables remaining behind, come, you will take after here. The girl children wait there. Let the girl children wait. After this shot, then all the girl children will come at a go. Okay. Shot 3, 2, 1, take. Thank you so much. Now the girl children. Please. There they are. The one with the baby, please move this close to the minister. Very good. What an opportunity. If the baby does not have a name, we would like to call the baby Mutuzo. Whether boy or girl, the name can work. Okay. Are we good? Yes, we have another baby there. Please make sure the baby is visible. Come in the middle here, behind the minister. In the middle? Okay, great. Very good. And the babies know the environment is for them. They are calm. No crying. Okay, shot. 3, 2, 1, take. Another one. 3, 2, 1, shot. Thank you so much. What a beautiful moment. Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you so much for this moment, sparing time to come and be with us and officially let this run. And of course, allowing the photo moment take place. Up next is a presentation on the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period in Uganda. Presenter, please, you have 10 minutes. Yes, the Honourable Minister will be checking out now for another assignment. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Thank you so much, Chairperson, National Women Council, Honourable Farida Chiwawa and your team. Next presenter, please. 10 minutes to present the reports.
Yeah, thank you. The Honorable Minister has left, but ladies and gentlemen, I will stand on the protocol that was introduced in the morning. My name is Richard Sewakirianga. I'm a senior research fellow at the Center for Basic Research, which is a center here in Uganda that does a lot of social research on a number of topical issues. So I'll be presenting the study that we just finalized under the auspices of the Ministry of Gender, the UNFPA, and partners, and BRAC was also involved. So I've been given 10 minutes, which is a very short time. Do you have a screen in front somewhere? I have to look this up. Oh, there is a screen here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know there is a screen here, but thank you very much for that. So what I'm going to do is to just really take you through the findings of this study. It's a long presentation, but I'm going to try and summarize, show you a few slides that show you the issue that we are dealing with. Now, this study is a mapping of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period. And the study was undertaken in a few districts because that was the resource envelope that was available, but it is a precursor for a bigger study. Now, the study was conducted in the districts of Yumbe, of Amudat, Mayuge and Chitagwenda, and also the city of Lira. The study is, as I said, a precursor to the national study that will be conducted to establish the national severity of the incidence of teenage pregnancy in Uganda. And the purpose is really to inform targeted planning and to address the existing challenges of teenage pregnancy and to ensure that the rights of girls are secured. Now, the study, of course, was informed also by the emerging evidence. We have quite a bit of evidence here in Uganda that shows that women and girls were disproportionately affected compared to boys and men during the COVID period. The rise of teenage pregnancies and child marriages and ultimately the number of adolescent mothers has been widely reported by stakeholders as something that is on the increase. We've just had lots of testimony even in this meeting, and we know that the First Lady has championed the campaign that we are talking about today, Protect the Girls, Protect the Nation. And against this background, that's where the Ministry of Gender and partners decided to conduct this study. Now, this study's objectives were three. One is to map and identify where the teenage pregnant girls and mothers are located, to document the status of teenage pregnancy, and to establish the aspirations of teenage pregnant teenage mothers and girls, and further to inform the design of interventions that can support those who are going through this traumatic period. Now, in terms of the study, I won't bore you a lot, but we reviewed a lot of literature from the national as well as the international level. And it's not comforting, but it is important to note that this question of teenage pregnancy is both a global as well as a national issue. It's seen both as a social but also as a public health concern. And when it was juxtaposed with things like the coronavirus pandemic, then there was a multiplication of challenges. And statistics show that nearly 11% of the births, even across the world, occur for girls between the ages of 15 and 19. And more than 90% of these births are in developed countries, which include countries like Uganda. Here in Uganda, we've just had also that statistic that in 2020, we had over 350 teenage pregnancies that were recorded. In the first 6 months of 2021, we also had nearly 190 pregnancies that were recorded. And there are several risks that go with this, as you know, and as you've heard here, the contracting of HIV and other multiple vulnerabilities that come but also studies show that psychosocial factors like low self-esteem, low aspirations, motivation, lack of role models, unrealistic goals, and limited resources are also providing an environment that can raise these children is another issue that comes out of teenage pregnancy. The methods that we used were really two main ones. We did qualitative and quantitative research, where we talked to people in terms in the focus group discussions, through some in-depth interviews. We did a mini household survey, and we also collected a specific data sheet for young girls. And the study, also made sure that we go through quality assurance and safeguarding measures. As you know, talking to teenage pregnant girls is not something that it's very sensitive, and so we had to be deeply respectful of the privacy of these young girls that we were able to reach. In terms of the sample size, as I said, we did 4 districts. In those 4 districts, we did 16 villages, 4 villages per district, but we reached about 222 households were surveyed, and also we did a passive sample of 172 pregnant teenagers and teenage mothers, and so those ones were chosen specifically. So the results that we collected, just quickly on the household characteristics, 69% of the households were male-headed, 31% were female-headed, and the mean age of the heads of the households was around 46.7 years. 31% of the households were aged between 45 and 54, that's the heads, and 20 between 34 and 44, and then 15% between the ages of 34 and 18 and 34. The other characteristics that we collected were those about relating to the teenage pregnant and teenage mothers. And the study, as I said, reached 172 girls, and out of those, 70% were teenage mothers, 19% were pregnant, 3% were once pregnant but lost the child, and 8% had never been pregnant but were married. So again, when you look at the statistics, when we asked them their marital status, 47% said they were married. Now, you have to understand that these are teenagers, and 47% were married, 18% were separated, 2% were widows, and 33% said they had never been married. Now, when you look at that next graph, you see that when we look at the demographics, those that have children, the blue shows you the girls between the ages of 13 to 17, and then the orange shows you the girls between the ages of 18 to 19. And as you can see, it really shows that the girls between the ages of 13 and 17 are quite many who have children. The ones who are pregnant, of course, we reached few, but that shows you the distribution of that statistic. Now, in terms of marital status, as I've shown you, again, you can see that the girls between the ages of 13 and 17, which is the blue bar, and those between 18 and 19 are nearly the same. One was 47, and the other one was 46 in terms of those who were reporting. But you can see that, we are dealing with a bigger problem, that the girls are not just pregnant, they are not just having babies, but they are also getting married off. And it looks like society is just accepting this kind of behavior. When you look at the education levels, it's interesting to note that also most of them were in primary school. So those bars in the middle, the ones who had no education at all were 14% and below. But when you look at those ones in the middle here, it shows you the ones that actually were in primary school. So again, you see that the number of girls that are pregnant and are in primary school is quite high, which is in itself a big challenge. We then asked the question, is teenage pregnancy common in the different communities that we went to? And the bars, as you can see there, show how those who said yes, it is common. 75% of the male-headed households, which is the blue bar, we are saying that yes, it's common, and then 82%, which is the female, we are saying yes, it is common. As you can see, those who say they don't know or say they no, is very little. So I think we are dealing with a problem that is quite big, and I think that's the message from this graph. Now, we also had the chance to talk about households who are reporting girls that were pregnant. Now, we found that 77.9% we are talking about girls who are pregnant in households, and the ages were between 13 and 17. Now, that's a huge number, that out of the 222 households that we are talking to, 77 or 78% of these households were saying that girls between the ages of 13 and 17 are actually getting pregnant. And then in terms of how the cases of pregnancy, most of them had one baby. That was up to about 90.6%. And then a few had 2 children. But most of the girls that we reached had one baby. When you look at the households, again, the total number of households that reported a teenage pregnancy was 149 out of the 222 households. Now, what that means is that out of the 149 households, we also were able to establish that they had 162 cases that were being reported, meaning that some households had more than one child that had experienced a teenage pregnancy. And 91% of the 149 households reported at least one teenage pregnancy. If I move to the next slide, the prevalence of teenage pregnancy is also still an issue, because across all the sites that we went, and this was a small study of just 4 districts, community members observed that there is a huge prevalence of teenage pregnancy, and it is much higher than what was being reported. In fact, even for us, as we were looking at as we were sampling the 172 girls, there are so many who refused to speak to us for different reasons, and we respected that. But also there are households that, just said, no, you can't speak to our girl. So the numbers are really high. And I think this is the message that is coming out of this. And as one of the community members was saying in Amudat when we were there, that there is nothing strange about teenage pregnancy here in this community that warrants, a reporting. And in some of the communities, just as the Honorable Minister was saying, in a couple of the districts that we worked in, the issue of teenage pregnancy was being compounded by this whole question of bride price and how people were very much attuned to the fact that they want to have bride price and all that. And in both districts, in Amudat and in Yumbe, teenage mothers between the ages of 12 and 17 who were living with a man were considered married. And they were not actually, we were having struggles to even have the leaders agree to count them as teenage mothers, because we are saying we are looking at sampling teenage mothers and say, no, those ones are married, they are mothers, they are wives of some people. So it's something that we really have to deal with at various levels. In the next slide, I want to show, if they can show the slide, when we looked at the reported age at first pregnancy. Now, that means that what was the age of the girl at first pregnancy? As you can see from that table, between the ages of the first row there shows you that 81% of the girls that we talked to were between the ages of 12 to 17 when they had the first pregnancy. Just 18% were between the ages of 18 and 19. And that is in this cohort of 172 girls that we talked to directly. Now, what were the contributing factors? There are a number of things in the report, but I'm just highlighting a few things. In terms of the contributing factors, a lot of diversity was given why teenage pregnancy is a big issue, but the dropout rates, I think, was mentioned, that actually we are still seeing quite a bit of dropout of girls in different communities. So the issue of keeping girls in school is not just about UPE or other things. I think we need to do something more around making sure that girls are in school. But also school closure during the COVID period was mentioned as a key issue, especially because the young people had a lot more free time, they could move around, they were not in school. Some parents, because of the stress of being locked down, were actually encouraging them to walk around and not to stay at home and eat all the little food that was in the house. And so there were lots of dynamics around that brought this issue. There was also another issue that came out, which is the lack of privacy, that in some of these communities, families live in very small houses, and in that manner, young girls are exposed to quite all kinds of things, which I won't describe on the podium because it may be uncomfortable for me. But they are exposed to all kinds of things in these households. They also talked about unregulated sexual content in some of these places, like the video halls and others. They were saying that even some of them actually show pornographic movies, at certain hours and all that kind of thing. And that could be another reason that is driving this. But another one, which is common and has been said by many studies, is the issue of poverty and household poverty, that the exchange of money, and not a lot of money, small money, was creating a big problem with many young boys and girls going through that. Domestic, gender-based domestic violence also came out as a driving factor, sometimes to drive the girls out of home, but also the other as also abusing them through all kinds of things, including incest, including rape, including all kinds of forced issues. Community members also mentioned child neglect, the fact that many families are actually neglecting children for various reasons. Sometimes it's because of economic reasons, sometimes it's because of families breaking down, and therefore the child is torn between the father and mother and that kind of thing. But also poor parenting was raised as a key issue. Some people are saying that when girls are raised in if a teenager raises a child, the ability is also not a lot. There were also a few questions around where we asked if the girl was in school when she got pregnant. And from that table, as you can see, those between the ages of 12 and 17, who said yes were 50%, who said yes, they were in school when they became pregnant. So again, I think that is an issue for us to take consequence of. Now, another dimension that we looked at that we'll need to study more, we've been talking about men here a lot, but we also had questions around who is responsible for the pregnancy. And from that table, you'll see that actually the age group 18 to 24, up to 58% of the girls between the ages of 13 to 17 said that the person responsible for their pregnancy was a boy between the ages of 18 to 24. And then those who said 18 to 24 and the girl was between the ages of 18 and 19 were 72%. Now, what I am highlighting there in yellow is, I think, an important message coming out of this table, that actually we are seeing a lot of this teenage pregnancy and the fathers all falling within the bracket of young people. So while, some people are saying, oh, sugar daddies, as you can see here, those 35 plus are just about 3.8%. So I think for the people who are working on youth issues, like my younger brother, Mondo, he should know that this is an issue for them to sort of really focus on. The issue of the fact that now we are seeing young people with young people having sex, making babies, and that is the crisis that we are dealing with also. It's not just a crisis of intergenerational, it's a crisis of intra-generational, meaning within the same generation. And that's something we have to, also think about more. When we asked about the occupation, the Honorable Minister here talked about borders. Nearly 17% of the fathers were border riders. 21% were some kind of farmer. Then in the fisheries, there were also many, especially on the communities in the fishing regions. And 12% of the girls were not aware of the economic activity of the father. And 10% reported that the fathers of their children were actually still students. So as you can see, this is also an issue that we need to pay attention to, especially in terms of what it means. When you look at the ages, because one of the things we tried to do was to establish if indeed these teenage pregnancies were occurring during the COVID period, and the data that we had actually suggests that most of them were during this period. Most of the girls, their children were between some of them were actually, it was during COVID, but also after COVID, which was an issue, that because after COVID, the schools were open, but still we are seeing that those who had 0 to 6 months babies were 40%. So 40% of the children were below 6 months. Let me move rapidly because I know I've run out of time. When we asked about the residential status of the pregnant girl or teenage mother, meaning where is she staying right now, 47% of them were currently staying with their parents, 18% with the father of the child, 5% on their own, and 2% with the relatives. We also talked about other elements like of the 172 teenage mothers with no children. We went into that a little bit, and 19% reported that they were pregnant, and of those who were pregnant, 26% were in the age group of 13 to 17, and 15% in the age group of 18 to 19. And 30% of the pregnant girls reported that they were in their first trimester, and those, another 30 were in the second trimester. And the girls who reported to have pregnancies between 2 to 5 months were about 75% compared to those, that is in the age group of 13 to 17. So there were more teenagers, up to 75%, who had children between the ages of 2 to 5 months. Now that shows that this problem is being compounded by many other issues. We also went in to look at which is what I've described, the months in terms of who is pregnant and how many months is the baby. As you can see, the biggest number is still very, very young children, meaning that we have a problem that is continuing even after COVID we have finished with the lockdown. So while we want to blame COVID, we should also be blaming the fact that it seems as if we are having a much larger breakdown that has continued even after COVID. In terms of the status, as I've said before, most of them have one child, which is 95%. And when we ask them who is helping you to look after these children, 36% said their parents are helping, and then 2.5% said parents-in-law, the fathers, the relatives of the father are helping, and then the father of the child, about 33%. As you can see, the biggest numbers were either the father of the child, which means whoever is the father of the child, or the parents of the girl herself. Now, if you go to the other, we looked at another variable, which is stigmatization, because one of the things that was coming up in the report, we talk even about things like stress and other things, but this table just shows you what the girls, the 172 that we talked to directly, said about stigmatization. And up to, as you can see, those who said they were extremely feeling stigmatized were up to 33%. Now, that's a big number, meaning that the number of girls who, when they have a baby, they feel stigmatized. And I think that one of the things that is clear is that while we are fighting teenage pregnancy, we should also be fighting stigmatization. Because what sometimes stigmatization means is that, the girls then cannot feel confident even to look at their future, and that can also affect them in terms of how they handle the post when they have finished giving birth to a baby. Now, we also looked at a few issues that had to do with gender-based violence. In the report, there are many others, but I'm just showing you one table here, which is when we asked the question, do you have a co-wife? And here we're asking those girls who were staying in some kind of, they call it a marriage, but that relationship. And those who said yes, 25% of the girls between the ages of 13 and 17 said, yes, I have a co-wife. And 18 and 19 ages, they say there were 19%. And that is an issue I think we should be concerned about, because it looks like teenage pregnancy is also being reinforced with polygamy, which is an issue. We asked a question around physical violence to see what we are getting, and those who said yes, they have ever experienced some kind of hitting or slapping or some violence within their relationship were about 25% that reported that. We also talked about the support to teenage girls and teenage mothers. Information obtained, especially in the focus group discussions with community members and teenage girls, revealed that there is many of them didn't know about a structured community support program, although there were a few examples that we encountered which had some limited institutional support, either through churches, village health teams, health facilities, and some NGOs. In Yumbe, for example, there was the example of Dr. Deep that had supported teenage mothers with, I think, about 40,000 shillings quarterly. In Mayuge, there was also an NGO that was supporting. So there are interventions, although they are still a bit scattered. We then talked about aspirations. We tried to find out what aspirations they have beyond, after the pregnancy, after giving birth, what do they see? Many of them wanted to acquire skills in things like hairdressing, tailoring, craft making, shoemaking. Some of them were talking about startup capital. A few of the teenage mothers and pregnant girls were interested in going back to mainstream school. But those who were willing, one of the things that was interesting was that, which was insightful, was that many of them did not want to go back to the same school they were in. They would rather go to a school that is outside their community, and that is if there is external support. And the reasons they were giving is that, again, it's about stigma, how you engage with your friends after you have given birth. There are too many questions, the teachers, everything. So that was something that came out. Some also exhibited a sense of helplessness, and that was, I think, also worrying, that some of them really didn't know. They saying, I have this baby, but I don't know what I want, I don't know what to do. And I think that means that in terms of interventions, we really have to do a lot to deal with issues of helplessness, deal with issues of stigma, but also deal with issues of what types of aspirations. As you can see, some of the aspirations were really located around the things they see every day and not strategic in nature and empowering. So a lot of work must be done around that area. Now, in terms of barriers to these aspirations, when we asked, okay, what is stopping you from achieving this, or what do you think would be the issue? What the biggest issue was, where do I leave my child? Nowhere. There is no child care. That as a teenage mother, the moment you give birth to a child, then you have to go around with a child everywhere. As you can see, even in Sheraton, you called her and called her with her child. There is no child care outside to say, can the children? I wish we had done that, where we should have paid some people to do some child care outside, so that when they come in, they don't have to. I was sitting with many of them, feed the kid, feed the whatever. And that, I think, is an issue, even in communities, with the girls feeling that because I have to do 100% child care, I can't do anything else. And I think that is an issue. The other barrier to their aspirations was the twisted cultural views that privilege boys. I want to call it twisted because, we had many descriptions of people saying, oh, when you give birth to a boy, then you have to get married. Then you have to go and live in that family because you must bring up our man. Because, all kinds of talk of that nature. But when you gave birth to a girl, then you can go and do whatever you want to do. And I think that was also a problem, especially those who gave birth to boys. But also there was fear about having another pregnancy. And I think here UNFPA and others have to establish this whole question about, knowledge around, sexual health and other things, because many of them say that one of the reasons they have is they fear they can get another child, and that would be a problem. And those who are living with men, they were saying the men themselves are a problem, that you get married to him and he doesn't want you to do anything. So obstructive husbands was also a factor. Some of them who were talking about these skills that they acquire, they said sometimes the skills cannot support them enough because there is a small market. So if you are in Nyumbe and you are a hairdresser, not everybody does it, or there isn't as big a market. But also the issue of absence of training facilities was raised quite a bit, that in communities you don't have facilities where young teenage mothers could go for training, and that sometimes limit their ability to go around. So that is some of the issues on aspirations. Let me just show a couple of slides before I end on child marriage itself. That pie chart shows you, when we ask the question, what is the prevalence of child marriage? And that blue part of that pie chart, which is about 85%, they all felt that child marriage has actually increased in these communities where they come from, that there are many children that are married. And I think there is clearly a problem with us as a country, as a people. As Xavier was saying, if we should take a bit of blame, because 83% we are saying children are getting married off between the ages of 13 to 17. And when you look at the common age of marriage, what you see there, shows you the different ages. Now, for the girls, the common age that was being mentioned is between 10 and 17. Now, as you all know, that's very, very low, but that was what was being mentioned, and that was 62%. And 29% of the respondents, which is the second small bar up there, we are saying that the age, 29% we are saying that 18 to 24 is the right age. Now, that is the common age. Now, when you go to preferred age or the ideal age, where when we ask people what would be the ideal age at which girls should be married, again, we are seeing that 47% we are saying 13 to 17, and 18 to 24, there was another 48%. And for boys, you can see that nearly 50% we are saying that 18 to 24 is the age that is preferred. So again, you can see that it looks like the perception is still very much one that, which supports this whole teenage pregnancy and marriages. And the contributing factors for child marriage, the key ones, and this is just to summarize, one was bride price, and the view that girls bring wealth. It doesn't matter if people were still looking poor, but they kept calling it wealth. And that was, I think, a big problem. The issue around forced marriages, we also found that some girls were being pushed aggressively by their families to get married. But there was also something interesting, which was about peer pressure. I think it was again in the northern districts where they say they have a small ceremony when a girl gets, pregnant and she gives birth. Sometimes people bring gifts and people, and then the other girls, feel like, oh, let me also have a baby and also start this kind of life. So there was also that, which is an issue that needs to be talked about. But also there were a number, actually in one place we found the local council chairperson of the village had 5 wives, and one of the wives is 13 years old. So they were saying that the potential role models are now turning into perpetrators, that you have many people who are supposed to be role models who are turning into perpetrators. Poverty was also said, as was also mentioned as one of the things that drive for young girls to look at marriage as if it's the only other option, and not education and other things. So again, this is something that you can see is a push factor for child marriage, but also a push factor for teenage pregnancy. So those are some of the highlights, and in terms of the recommendations that we make, a few recommendations which we think are important. One is that I think it's time to do some kind of policy audit and consolidation of the support to support public awareness. It is imperative that we do a policy review and look at all the pieces of legislation and policy that curb teenage pregnancy and child marriage, and bring them under one comprehensive toolkit. Because I think everybody has to understand that we are dealing with an illegality. For us to even sit here in this room and we have girls below 18 years and they have babies, all of us are doing something illegal. It's something that we should condemn in the strongest terms. And I'm speaking as a father of 6 girls. So I think that's important, that Uganda must get to that level. Because the level of impunity, the level of, that's happening at a community level requires that there is a strong message coming out that you are dealing with illegalities. You can't marry off these girls. It's not an option. The other thing is we need to create stronger partnerships. As we saw in the different communities in which we went, there was actually a lot that was happening, but it was fragmented. So you found a little NGO working with 5 girls, another one working with, and I think it's time for us to see how do we bring all this together into some comprehensive thing. So I hope that under this work we can even do more, so that financial empowerment of communities and families and all those other things can happen, so that we can curb this vice. expanding vocational education, I think, is important, but that will mean that we don't have to always think about building schools. I think we can now start thinking about innovations where we use existing spaces in communities as places where you can offer vocational education so that the girls can continue to access this education at that level. A few others, a couple of others. One is the need to have supportive approaches to policing services for stopping teenage pregnancy and child marriage. I didn't talk a lot, but in the report we have case studies. And one of the problems that many of the families and the girls raised was that even when you report a teenage pregnancy to police, you just compound the problem. You go there, they ask you for transport to go and arrest the person who you are talking about. They get the person, they ask the person for a bribe. So you have a whole array of things. Some of the police facilitating the running away of these young boys or whatever. And then you have a problem in the community where they are all at loggerheads and they want to fight each other. So I think we must find a way in which there is a discussion on policing for teenage mothers and policing for around child marriage. I think we cannot just say that we shall use the same framework, because the same framework is failing, and we must do more in terms of how community policing actually responds to child mothers. Strengthening community mobilization interventions, I think, is key. This kind of campaign is important, but it must be a campaign that is rooted everywhere, in schools, in churches, in mosques, in everywhere, so that we all know that this is a national campaign against making sure that girls stay in schools, girls are not pregnant, and that kind of thing, so that everybody can join in and play their part, just as they have been asking us to do here. The last one is the need for us to create safe spaces. I think that one of the challenges that was there was that communities are becoming hostile to young people in different ways. That in some places, what you were seeing is that things like community halls that were there are not there. So young people don't have places where they can go and play some sports and learn something and all those kinds of things. So again, I think the Ministry of Gender used to have these community halls all over the country. And I think that that would be something that we need to do so that we can support young girls as well as young boys, so that sex is not the only option. Because some of them, because they are bombarded with all kinds of things, this seems to be the only option. So ladies and gentlemen, that is a quick snapshot of the results of this study. The report is nearly coming to an end, so we shall be able to share that through Ministry of Gender and others so that you can see this study. There is a thinking that we should be thinking about a national study, and I think from the results that we see, it is important that happens. I thank you very much, moderator, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that very insightful study that you have shared with us. My name is Grace Ikirimata. I've been told to take you through a short session of 5 minutes. I want to give you an opportunity to reflect. If you have any thoughts on what Professor has just shared, it would be good to hear from you before we go out to the breakout sessions, because we feel these findings are timely and they put us at a level of really action. We've been talking about teenage pregnancy, the rates are going high, but I think this study brings out very insightful findings. So you can raise your hand, and then someone moving around the mic. We have the lady, and then we have 2 hands. Can we receive those comments, please? The mic is there. We shall just take about 5 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you so much. My name is Kedi Aplas from Palisa. Professor has given us a lot, and I'm going to talk on the point that he mentioned about poor parenting. And I'm talking this through experience from where I come from. In fact, parents have sold off their responsibility. You find that the parent gives a child to stay with their relatives somewhere. For me, I'm an LOC1 chairperson, and I stay at a GBV desk at sub-county level. But you find a parent coming to you, chairperson, first come. See, your daughter has been staying with her auntie, but now she's pregnant. Let's ask who is the father for that pregnancy. That is the first priority to the parents. And then when you ask, is that the solution? Yes, I want her to go. Let her go. There's nothing she's waiting for. And when you try to advise that, please, she's still young, let her carry the pregnancy. It is not bad for us to know who the pregnancy belongs to. But let's not hurry to take her into marriage. No. When a girl is now pregnant, that means she's old enough. Let her go and carry her pregnancy in her home. So you find, then you ask questions. Why do you fail to stay with your daughter at home? And then you take her somewhere, now you are hurrying to send her for marriage. Actually, my thinking is, we need to stand strong to carry out community sensitization. And we can even conduct arrests for those ones who cannot take the advice. That is what I think on that point.
Thank you so much. The issue of parents giving out their responsibility is coming out. We have Madam here, the lady here. I'm sorry, I don't know your names.
I'm going to tell you now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. I'm called Asekenya Joyce, and I come from Kumi District. I represent the cultural institution. And I thank very much, Professor, for bringing out all this. But I think there is one thing that is missing that I would have loved to be included in the questionnaire. That is the numbers of girls who have conceived with their relatives under incest. There are so many, and the number is overwhelming. Then I would also like to share with you a little bit of what is happening now after parents fail to take care of the children, especially the girl child. When she conceives and the parents come to know about it, in most times, the father will just get up one morning, call the girl, as can you come out, gets the border and takes her direct to the home of the boy that she has mentioned that pregnanted her, without consulting the parents of the boy, and also without getting the consent of this girl. And most of these girls, when they are taken to those homes, they suffer a lot. The welcome is very negative, and they don't care about her. Even the words that they tell her, all the time they will be telling her that you just came here, they forced you to come here, who knows whether it is our son who pregnanted her. You can even go away from our home. And those girls suffer a lot. They really suffer a lot, and they need help. We have tried as a cultural institution with the cultural leaders, but sometimes parents do it as him, and the common word they use is, leave me with my child. And when they say so, there is nothing that you can do as a leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have, let's take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we finish. I think, 1, 2, 3. Please be brief.
I greet you all. My name is Nabakoza Shakira from UNFPA, and I'd like to thank the researchers so much for the elaborate presentation. But my concern is statistics on disabilities. Girls, teenage girls with disabilities are missing, and yet these groups are very vulnerable. And they are within our communities. They also are victims of GBV. So it becomes like double vulnerability for them. So this is something that we have to have in considerations. And most of them do not access school, they are out of school, and they are left within the communities without any support. So I think it is very vital that we also consider these groups and have them the different categories of persons with disabilities due to the kind of vulnerability they face. So that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shakira. Next person was... I think, Professor, to just take note of a few things. You'll just have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much. I'm called Luwalem John Bosco from Nakapilpit District, my probation officer. I have a few things to comment about here. One is about the issue of poverty that came out from Professor. It is true, most of these children that are exposed or to teenage pregnancy are from the households that are poor. So you realize that in these households, it is children from the poor household that are exposed to this, coupled with the illiteracy of the community or of the parents who are in that particular area. So a majority of girls that are exposed to this are from households whose parents have not gone to school. It is rare to see a girl who is exposed to teenage pregnancy from a household where there is parents have gone to school. And then secondly, most of our girls, they study from P1 up to P7. After P7, they drop out because of lack of support from the parents. I would recommend that if partners who are here could try to sponsor these girls after P7, because most of them drop out from P7 and they cannot continue with education because of poverty and of course of the poverty of the parents. And then the issue of the cow in our culture, it is still a challenge. And it is still in these poor households where they look a cow as the only way to earn a living. That makes them to force to give out their children.
Thank you.
And then concerning the, these are all what I've been talking about, pregnancy, about capital offenses, disparities by law. I realize that either police is underfunded by the government of Uganda, because if the perpetrators are not arrested, there is no way other people will learn that impregnating young children is an offense. I don't know what happens with the police. Either it's underfunded, they are also understaffed. They are not helping us to get these perpetrators. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the presentation shared much about that when he shares the report. But please take note of that. We have one person here.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the presentation. My name is Mercy Chelanga Chego from the Global Youth Consortium Against FGM. And from the report, I observed that there's a lot of child marriages going on, and one of the things, we have laws, we have everything in place. Implementation is one of the challenges that we have, like he has addressed. But then also addressing the issue of social norm change. We need to advocate for more positive masculinity, sensitize these young boys in schools we are sensitizing the girls, we are protecting the girls, but we need to sensitize the boys because they're also perpetrators at such a young age and they're children. So we need to advocate for more positive masculinity in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We had somebody here. The mother. No, we already have 7 people I had identified. Maybe.
My name is Esther Chepkurui, representing a teenage group in Gwen District. There is an issue which should not be left out. Why our teenage mothers need to be sensitized to go back to school? The change of the mindset, because most of them, they don't know what to do. Though they are trained, at times they also lack the capital to begin the business or anything so that they can afford.
Skilling, okay, skilling and startup capital. That's what she's emphasizing. And then we can go to, I will finish with the Prime Minister. Let's go to the other side.
Thank you very much. I will stand. I'd already introduced myself. Atwile Jacqueline Kurukuru, Commissioner, Uganda Human Rights Commission. I just wanted to add some things more on the role of church. I'm glad today I saw some reverends around. I was actually shocked by my own religion, Church of Uganda, when they came out to condemn that government should not take back these pregnant girls back to school. The church is the face and even a counselor for these young girls. So I call upon the church to come through with this fight. We all fight together because these are your children in your different denomination churches. We all move together because when you say, if government comes out to intervene for these girls, that it shows a bad message to the other girls who are not pregnant. Which message are we actually showing when we don't come through for these girls? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ronald.
Thank you so much. My name is Ronald Kasule from UNFPA on disability inclusion. I want to add my voice to that of my colleague Shakila, who talked about disability. I really paid so much attention waiting to see how issues with disabilities, issues of affecting persons with disabilities were reflected within this report. Unfortunately, I was not able to see anything. And this is very unfortunate because as we advocate for the inclusion of persons with disabilities, there is always one challenge. Where is data? We don't have data. And when such variable research is done, it is really a missed opportunity if we don't really show the extent to which such challenges affect teenage people with disabilities. And if you talk about COVID and the consequences of COVID, I think you can't miss out how COVID had a lasting impact on persons with disabilities, teenage mothers with disabilities. We want to see how they are being supported or how they are not being supported within all this development. Ladies and gentlemen, as we interrogate all these issues, let us not look at the issues of younger people as a homogeneous. You know, it has intersectionality. Let us disaggregate it so that we see the extent to which these issues we interrogate affect those young people with disabilities. Otherwise, we are going to forget them in our programming. They are going to miss out as if they don't exist. Yet if you did a deliberate study on them, you are going to see how these people have been considerably affected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronald. I think, Professor, you respond to that. So we have the last two here.
Kwa yangu mimi naenda ongea Kiswahili. Mnajua kara moja watu walikuwa wanapenda ng'ombe sana. I want translator is going to translate my Kiswahili. Okay. Mimi nashukuru professor kwa research yenye nilikuja kufanya.
Rachel will translate.
Okay, kwa jina naita Chepar Paulina Isura kutoka Amuda District, Karamoja Region.
Aya, ongea pole pole.
Sasa kama unajua Kiswahili ni mzuri.
Asante.
Sasa mimi natoka Amudat.
She's saying she's from Amudat.
Mumesikia jina naita Chepar Paulina Isura.
Her name, as she has said, Paulina.
Tunatoka kwa inji Profesa. Mimi nashukuru Profesa kwa research yenye alifanya kwa upande ya Karamoja, upande ya Amudat.
She's thanking the professor for undertaking the research in Amudat.
Kwa sisi upande ya Amudat, hii maneno ya kutahiri mtoto msichana ni kubwa sana.
In Amudat, the issue of FGM it's a huge thing.
Na tungesema kwamba angewezekana sisi tuko na kitu ile naita low-pay rape, iko vice racing, kama mtu anaita group wanafanya muda ya usiku, alafu kesho watoto unapata watoto ameongea ameenda kukata.
She's saying they have groups that mobilize the girls at night, so when you wake up in the morning you find your daughter has been circumcised.
Tunaongeleza mimi niko kwa group ile naita Sanai Anti-FGM Movement, na tunaongeleza watoto. Tukiwaongeleza watoto, unapata mtoto amekaa paka naoleka, lakini kesho unapata hii mtoto ametairiwa kama ameoleka.
She's in a group, she named it an anti-FGM group, where they counsel children so that the children are not taken through FGM. But they counsel them, the children are married before they are circumcised, but they find out that when they are married, they are circumcised in their marriages.
Sasa hiyo kitu imekuwa challenge kwa sisi sana.
So that has been a great challenge to them.
Na kuna groups, tunashukuru pia groups, iko hii watu ya, iko groups yenye nasaidia sisi.
There are other groups that also help them.
Na ningeomba government ya Uganda aweke hiyo sheria hii ya maneno ya fast racing, akwaye mchana asikwaye usiku, akwaye tu mchana.
So she's requesting the government to put laws and enforce laws to ensure that fast racing is done during the day and not at night. It's called fundraising. It's done during the day and not at night. Okay, I thought it was an Amudat word.
Alafu sasa alafu government wacha saidie sisi wa jamii, atafute tu, wanajua kenye mtu anakapirita ongea. Kweli shida yenye yuko ni poverty iko mingi, watu bado enda shule, nafaa tafute skuli ile watoto inaenda kusomea na kujanga huko Amudat, alafu ya kusaidia watoto ya FGM.
Okay. So she's saying there's still a lot of poverty, people are not educated, and the government need to even build schools where those girls can go to.
Okay, I think we shall discuss more in the plenary, in the side sessions. Thank you so much, Mama. We shall wind up with the Prime Minister.
Yes, I just wanted to ask one question. Did you find context-specific variations influencing child marriages or these abuses of girls? Because I believe there are different contexts that occur in this country. For instance, in Acholi, we now have the 4th cycle of women who have been violated from about 1986. Many of them are now grandmothers. Some who have produced children who have grown up in a strange circumstance of violations, who have also produced children now living in a circumstance of violation. And now that is one of the biggest problems that we experience. How do we, because the question is, how do we break that cycle?
Thank you so much. Professor, you will respond to that. For me, the findings were very interesting, but my question, which I bring back here, is we know that education is key. We have made free education free in this country, but have we made it compulsory? So I think that is still what we lack. How do we make education compulsory? because we've made it free, people are still not benefiting from it for various reasons. But if we made it compulsory, what will it take? I'm just thinking aloud. As we go into deeper discussions, we can think through that. So, Professor, kindly come and respond. Where are you? You have.
Thank you very much, and very quickly I'll respond since we said we don't have enough time. First is to say that I didn't show all the slides, and I apologize for that. But we do have sections on disability. We looked at the prevalence of teenage pregnancy and marriage among girls with disabilities. And the statistics show that in terms of prevalence, 15.3% said yes. There was a lot there were a number of teenage girls who had become pregnant, and those who said no were about 66.7%, and those who didn't know anything about it said were 18%. And when we asked the question, is marriage common among girls with disabilities, then it changed quite a bit. There we had that while there is, young people who are teenagers, disabled, and getting pregnant, most of them are not don't end up in marriage. And I think it was nearly 91% who said no, they don't end up in marriage. And we have a few case studies. We had a case study, for example, from Mayuge of a young girl who had a number of disabilities. Her mother was also visually disabled, and she has now 2 children out of different, but anyway, the case study is there. But essentially, it was about people coming to exploit her, leave her with the child, and go away. And when we went to the focus groups, one of the things that was being raised was that actually you had a lot of people using all kinds of cultural explanations. Like somebody sleeps with a girl with a disability and says, oh, the witch doctor has told me that this is the way I will cleanse myself. And those kinds of very heinous kind of crimes which I couldn't understand myself. But all that was being said. But yes, the study does capture this, and I apologize for not showing all those slides that looked at issues of disability and what they are. But I think that was one critical area that was asked about. The issue around context-specific, yes, most of actually that's why we need a national study. Because when you look at, for example, the drivers, the factors that drive teenage pregnancy, say in eastern Uganda, they are very, very different from the factors that drive teenage pregnancy, say in northeastern. When you look at, for example, the data in Amadat, bride price is very strong. When you go to Mayuge, peer pressure is very strong. So again, you can see that the outcome is the same, but the push factors are different. So that's something I think that was there in many places. And I'm sure if we did a national survey, then it would be good to also do some customized interventions that can allow for us to focus on the different contexts and what they mean. I think for me that's an issue. And the thing is that, again, on disability, one of the things we found out in this study was I think we still have this whole question of making, how do they call it? Making communities trying to make it invisible. So when a child with a disability would get pregnant, then they would hide the child until the time they give birth and something like that. And we had because of the fact that there were all challenging issues, some of these issues were being talked about in the focus groups, But we as researchers, as outsiders, we couldn't see the cases specifically. But I think it is something we should, even when we do a national survey, sort of touch on. And a last couple of things, I think the issues around positive masculinity, I think is critical. I think for young, the challenge now that we saw in this study, and if the statistics can be extrapolated at a national level, is that you are having a problem of young boys who are also not mentored, they don't know anything, and they are getting children with young girls who also don't know much. And so you are having a generation that is creating a crisis, because a young person with a young person, and all of them sort of don't have any way of looking at the future meaningfully. I think that is a critical challenge that we are faced with. The role of the church, I think I want to agree, that was also mentioned in some of the communities, that they want to see the church, the mosque, also playing a much more critical role, that sometimes they don't speak so strongly about some of the issues. The issue of police is not about underfunding. I think for police, we must have a conversation and probably a study to understand what is driving the police and their big challenges inside the police infrastructure. This bribery, corruption, and all kinds of things, I think, is one big driver, and we have to find a way, I think, as a country to deal with that. But I think those were the key points. The others were comments which I take. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to hand over to Harriet to guide us on what next.
Thank you so much. Grace, are we still energized? Can we just appreciate the previous presenter and the moderator? Thank you so much. I feel the energy still here. So we are not doing well with time, but I know we are not bad off. We can still catch up. We still have the energy. So you will allow to get into the next session before we go for lunch. Is that okay? Yes. Yes. So we shall request ourselves to use the next 1 hour, and lunch will be ready in the next 1 hour to have the next session. It's going to energize us. We are going to move a bit in different groups, and I'll request the moderators for the different sessions. Let's be strict. We use 1 hour. I know it's possible. We have maximum 3 presentations in each group, and then the discussion, so we can work within 1 hour. And we have 3 sessions, breakout rooms. One is here, and we have 2 rooms. One is this side, is it my left, my right, in the corner, and then the other one is the other side. So I would request Shiba to come and help to lead the groups out in the different breakout sessions. So for the group that is remaining here, we are going to look at, we are going to be moderated by Commissioner Mondo Chateka, and we are looking at the role of communities in addressing the challenges of adolescent girls and young women. And here we shall have the Prime Minister of Kekwal, Acholi. We shall have Professor Viola on positive parenting to protect the girl child. And then we shall have Mr. Eric Tumwesije, engaging men and boys from Makerere University. So I'm reading the topics so that you know where you belong. And then for the breakout room 2, this will be moderated by Nakapilipilit, DCDO, Mr. Dens, in the breakout room 2. And this is reaching the most vulnerable girls and ensuring no one is left behind. Here we have 2 presentations. We have the role of women organizations in protecting and addressing child marriage and teenage pregnancy. And this is going to be presented by UONET. Then also we are going to hear experiences from the CSOs. We have some CSOs who are going to share their experiences there. And then the last one, again we shall have 2, where we have the role of media, and then also we are going to talk about the youth. So that is how we are going to move towards these groups. I know we have different interests, but I would encourage the media and the youth to go in room 3, then CSOs, partly, and some district local governments to room 2, and then the rest of the colleagues to remain here. We can do this very fast. Thank you so much. I'll welcome Mr. Mondo, who is going to moderate here. And then the moderators in the other groups are already waiting in those rooms. We have rapporteurs for the different sessions. You know yourselves, please march where you belong. Here we have Mr. Kasamba, Jerry, and Lona. Group 2, we have Mr. Wawire Barbara, Miss, and Mr. Innocent Rushave. And then group 3, we have Miss Apofia and Richard Chitio. I think we can do this very fast. Let me see those who are stepping out. Shiba, Samuel, can you please help? Breakout session, room 2, and then room 3, room 2. Young people, where are you? And media, can I see you out? Let's use 1 hour. CSOs. Okay, thank you so much. And after the breakout sessions, we shall break off for lunch. Then after lunch, we come back here for the final sessions. Thank you so much.
So I think
not all of them. Now, you need a mic.
Fine. How do I access it?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who belong here, can you take up your seats, especially in a more organized manner? If you could come closer so that we start our business. If you don't want to belong to the communities, go where you belong. But those of you who belong to the communities, stay here so that we can have a dialogue, we can have an interaction about what communities are doing in addressing the challenges of adolescent girls and young women. Mr. Richard Sewachirianga has given you data about the situation. And so we want to see, are we playing a role? And I'm happy that we have community leaders in here. We have LC5 chairpersons, I'm told. We have community leaders, we have cultural leaders. All of these are community people. And so we want to see what is your role. Can I invite my team? Can I have the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Kakwaro, actually, Kerukwar. He's my former friend. Please, Ambrose, Right Honorable, take your seat. Can I have Professor Viola Nyakato from MUST? Professor Viola Nyakato. And can I have Mr. Eric Tumwesije, engaging men and boys from Makerere University. I'm also expecting somebody from the faith-based institutions to handle engaging faith-based institutions for transformation. All right, I'll take the seat that they have left for me, and we start our business. I've already been introduced, and let me say that the community is the most important geographical location for all the activities to take place. All the activities we can talk about, activities to do with growth, activities to do with development, activities to do with whatever you can talk about, they take place within the communities. Where in many cases you can find community centers, you can find schools, you can find health centers, you can find cinema halls, police stations, theaters, everything takes place within the community. Community infrastructure plays a significant role in accessing young people to services. The community's social infrastructure must, however, be accessible, affordable, and manned by youth-friendly service givers. Somebody doesn't know that it's lunchtime, is disturbing my peace. So I will switch off this phone to ensure that it never disturbs the communities when communities are discussing important issues. So, yes, never disturb communities. It is off. And so, going by what we have been given, we find the figures about our people not impressive. We have been told about access to sexual reproductive health. We have been told about teenage pregnancy at 25%. We have been told about early marriages at 34%. All these things are taking place in the communities. We are told about dropout of school. The other day, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I was mesmerized that I know that in this country, in terms of producing children, we do a very good job. We produce at a rate which is 3% per annum, one of the fastest in the entire world. we are actually only second to Niger in the world when it comes to a young population, meaning that you and me are doing a good job in production. But our problem is how we care for these children. I was trying to examine people who are sitting examinations this year. I know, because I work with young people, that we produce about 1.5 million children every year in Uganda. Only 800,000 plus sat PRE. Ask me, or I ask you, where did the 700,000 go? When it came to senior 4, only 300,000 plus were sitting senior 4. And you know what is annoying? And the people who will not reach where Dr. Viola teaches, those who are going to sit senior 6 are only 90,000. Somebody's phone is on. Somebody's mic is on. If you could switch off. Only 90,000 are going to sit senior 6. In 2021, 10,052 pregnancies were occurring every day in 2021. 31,565 pregnancies monthly. Does that scare any of you? 10,052 pregnancies every day, 31,565 pregnancies monthly. Malnutrition is over 30%. And so everything looks screwed up, and the community must take lead. I'll therefore be asking my team here to help me. I'll be giving the first 7 minutes uninterrupted. You tell us something about the topic given to you. Let me start with Right Honorable Prime Minister Ambrose, as we used to call him then, when we were equals. We are no longer equals. Revisiting cultural and social norms to protect the girls from child marriage and teenage pregnancy. Could you tell us, in your view, what is the role of cultural and social norms to protect the girls from child marriages and teenage pregnancies that are very rampant? Right Honorable, you have your 7 minutes starting now.
Okay, I just want to begin by asking ourselves a very brief question. Until recently, it was the responsibility of every one member of a community to take care of each other member. We lived in the collective, we ate in the collective, we ensured the security of every individual in the collective. What has happened? Where did we go wrong? Where did we lose out? To the extent that today we are looking at a section of our people being classified as people who are being violated. So I will read verbatim just to get very quickly, to manage time. I want to start by saying traditional institutions are the primary custodians and protectors of the girl child. They are at the base. And when we ask ourselves, what are traditional institutions? Many of you look at Kekwa, Racholi, look at Buganda Kingdom. You forget your own family is a cultural institution, a traditional institution. And you play the primary role of taking care of this because you're a traditional institution. In many traditional societies, the sanctity of the woman is considered sacred. That's why you can abuse my father, but you touch my mother. This forms the fundamental understanding of how women and thus girls are considered in these traditional societies. Unfortunately, this consideration is normally not translated into practices that protect women and girls. I'm going to put the two together because at many times they go through the same tribulations. And begin to manifest in how this understanding is executed and end up violating their rights. This results from how human interests are reconciled. So you should learn this distinction. I hear many people saying these are traditional or cultural ways of doing things. And yet, what is happening to women and girls in many instances has left the realms of cultural traditional structures or systems and veered off into another path. So our own interests begin to impact on women negatively because of what we believe in, what we think, how we want things to do, and more importantly, how we want to serve what is best for us. So it is in how human interests are reconciled, the level of exposure of societies. Many of you are impacted by the level of your exposure. And then the interaction of peoples and sometimes spiritual inklings where your beliefs fall. Conflicts, socioeconomic distress, human incapacitation, political inequalities, etc., can all work to transform an otherwise rational, considerate society in one that harms or takes advantage of a cross-section of its own people, especially the most vulnerable ones. This is where we get the ladies coming, our dear girls beginning to get their problems. The alteration of the pattern of life conditioned by the circumstances above compels societies to adjust because things are no longer normal. Unjustifiably, this can be considered a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. Dealing with the situation where the status of women and girls are impacted negatively by society requires the peeling off of layers of misconceptions, stereotypes, selfish interests, and biases. It requires considerate patience and no quick fixes. This is because some of the emergent subcultures have got widely accepted and deeply ingrained in the practices of societies, and this is why they are called cultural in nature. The question before all of us in protecting the girl child is, do we understand the real situation, especially how we got to where we are? This relates to what I asked first. If we don't, then we shall not be best poised to diagnose and deal with the problem appropriately. This is to the extent that our actions will be unrealistic, reckless, and sometimes diversionary. The demonization of traditional cultural institutions and the relegation of their roles to the periphery, and sometimes the redefinition of their roles to suit the interest of domineering actors, sometimes becomes counterproductive. The other tendency is the adoption of adversarial positions against traditional institutions by many actors involved in the struggle to protect the girl child has many times proved equally counterproductive. The net consequence is that the negative practices against the girl child has dug deeper into the informal realms of society to where informal codes dominate. You are trying to act, and these people go underground. You've had some people, we are trying to look at what we can do on FGM, But people cross to Kenya and do FGM. So it means they go underground. They develop guerrilla tactics, so you keep navigating around. It's because we have not gone deeper into understanding why they believe and do things the way they do. In the depth of the negative practices, becomes, in that depth, the negative practices become so widespread that the proponents and perpetrators begin to find excuses and mechanisms of protecting each other and exploiting the situation. So don't think the negative proponents will live and wait for you. They will also develop defensive mechanisms. At that level, traditional cultural institutions, at that level you find traditional cultural institutions operating, but may not be useful because they have been relegated in their roles. They are there, they keep working, but they are relegated in their roles. Clearly, to reverse any negative trends we see today, traditional cultural institutions are very important. They can only be ignored at society's own peril. They are important because of the roles they play in society, and some of these roles are deeply embedded in the way of life of people. It should be noted that no institution, formal or otherwise, can replace traditional cultural institutions in executing traditionally mediated roles that protect the girl child. This is because traditional institutions are the foundation of society and bear the primary legitimacy in the life and perception of the people. Traditional cultural institutions possess an advantage that needs to be exploited. This is because they consist of a network of structures and systems that operate at different levels on different aspects of the society. It is these structures that can deal best with protecting the girl child. Any action devoid of their involvement is bound to experience difficulty in breaking through the barriers of tradition and culture in the effort to protect the girl child. Some of the traditional cultural structures include the family, I've said, the extended family, the clan, the sub-clan, and in some instances, smaller chiefdoms or larger ones and kingdoms. Traditional systems include those that develop and regulate norms, values, and practices of the community, and within it, a referral mechanisms where issues can be dealt with at the different levels. It cannot go without recognizing the fact that for various reasons, traditional cultural institutions are getting challenged in being able to contend with the changing world. There are so many new ideas. I want to quickly go to, because of time. In conclusion, these are some of the roles of traditional cultural leaders you asked. They are the primary custodians of traditional norms, values, and practices, and they pretend over an extensive network of traditional cultural structures and systems that is very helpful in protecting the girl child. They can act as advocates for protecting the girl child if well used and well integrated. They can be agents for community dialogues and community sensitization, community mobilization, and all that goes with it. They mediate on issues that affect the girl child. Amongst other community issues, they help in the reintegration, resettlement, and also provide psychosocial support and care. They maintain a referral system that aids in managing issues that may come to their attention, but are not within, that are within their jurisdiction to deal with. They pass guidelines and pronouncements. I think Ministry of Gender has been very clear on this, and they have really understood the role traditional institutions play. They have helped us to come out with pronouncements and proclamations and guidelines, and we continue to work with them to ensure that these guidelines are used, followed, monitored, so that they go out to protect the girl child. They coordinate with other actors in support and protection of the girl child. They conduct activities that enhance the well-being of the community, and includes that of the girls. They carry out documentation. We do a lot of that. Then they do a lot of cross-cultural interaction and cooperation. For instance, right now, Kekwara actually is working with the Nabagereka Foundation of Buganda, and to reach out to the young people in secondary schools and in the communities in how they can be better. They call it Ubuntu Bulungi. That is the look. Ubuntu Bulamu, a good person. Dano Mabe, Dano Mati. That is in Acholi. Yeah. Then at national and international, we have also developed national and international collaboration through an organization called KOTLA, that is the Council of Traditional Leaders of Africa, the Uganda chapter and the Africa chapter. And we are working together specifically to deal with the issues that affect women and girls across Africa, because it is no longer only a Ugandan issue, it's now an Africa issue, and we have to deal with it at that. Finally, we work with government of Uganda and different agencies. I think UNFP is one of our key allies in all this, UN Women and others. Until recently, we've been working with ActionAID, and even yesterday we were with CARE International in dealing with issues about how to protect the girl child. So I think we have a great opportunity in using the role of traditional cultural institutions so that we can prompt up action that protect the girl child.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Ambrose Ora. Could you, in 1 minute, point out to 1 or 2 vices that you think, we talk about some cultural practices that are negative. Within your cultural institution, do you have any 1 or 2 that you think you are fighting to ensure that the girl child is protected? I'll give an example. Do you allow space for the women to speak? Do you allow space for the girls to speak out about things that concern them? If you allow them, very good. If you don't, what's that you are doing to ensure that they have space?
It depends on how you define space. If you define that space in the Western context, then that becomes a problem. But in the true African context, there are structures within the community that the girls are made to express themselves at all times. And I know in our community, if the mother of the home or the woman has not spoken, nothing works. You see? So we need to, and this is why I say we need to unpack what tradition says about some of these things. Because why we get resistance is because we misconstrue what tradition says. These young girls will speak out in different platforms. Many Africans are very sensitive about certain issues, especially issues about girls.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Ora. Can we clap for Right Honorable for... I liked the fact that within your cultural institution, there is sanctity for a woman, that you can abuse Mondo, but don't dare abuse the mother of Mondo. I love that. I love that protection, and I want to thank you. Can I go to Professor, and I'll be getting back to you, Right Honorable Ambrose Ora, to further discuss about what the cultural institution is doing in terms of bringing services nearer to the people. You may not construct them, but you may influence. And what are you doing about food security? Because nutrition is an issue within our different cultural institutions, issues of water, we shall discuss those. But let me go to Professor Viola Nyakato from MUST. What are those positive parenting behaviors that we have to protect the girl child? And when we talk about positive parenting, is there also negative parenting? But let's start with the positive parenting aspects that we have in the protection of the girl child. Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator. I want to put a disclaimer. I'm not a professor. I'm here on behalf of Professor Viola. I'm called Cecilia Akatkwasa, but I'm a PhD student. She's my mentor, so I can present as well as she would have if she was here. I want to build a story and start from where the Prime Minister has come from and then zero down to what has brought me here to talk about positive parenting. He has talked about structures of the community, and being a behavioral scientist, I'm so interested in proverbs and things that come from within the community. And there's a saying that goes that a community that loses, or a society that loses its identity ceases to be. So we should not work towards losing our identity. Of course, there are practices that we have that we know that have been mentioned that were called heinous acts that we can modify, we can try to eliminate, but we should not work to lose our identity as an African society. This takes me back to another common saying that says, nothing about us without us. And this is reflected in what is here in this symposium. The people we are talking about, the stakeholders who are affected by the problems that we are talking about, are here. So we couldn't talk about them without them. And this forms the basis of my experience in the community with building positive parenting practices in communities. I want to talk about a specific research project that we're doing in Barra University with a certain community in Kashari in Barra district. We went to the community to do an intervention aimed at improving parent and child communication on sexual and reproductive health, of course with the aim of having long-term impacts of averting sexual and reproductive health outcomes like early pregnancies among adolescents, HIV, and the like. And we're specifically looking at parents who are who have adolescents who are 10 to 14 years, with the impression that 10 to 14 years is the time when a child is initiating their puberty. They are starting to become adolescents. So that's the best time you start to introduce sexual and reproductive health information. So that's why we targeted that age category. And then the other issue, the other important aspect that we had regarding our project is the fact that we used participatory methods, the nothing about us without us that I'm telling you. Because, issues of sexuality in the African culture are a very sensitive issue. You don't just wake up and go in public and shout things about sex, about what, and tell people do this, do this. We handle a lot of sexuality issues with a lot of discretion. And so we wouldn't go to the community and tell parents, you please talk to your child about how to avoid pregnancy, tell your child how to avoid HIV. Of course, you'd receive a lot of resistance. And so we took on a participatory research approach where we engaged, we had a community advisory board, which was at the institutional level. And we had so many stakeholders. We even have some from the Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, who are advising us on how to develop a good intervention to improve parent and child communication on sexual and reproductive health. But we did not stop at the institutional level only. We went to the community, where we also had a community advisory board at the community level that had different stakeholders, including parents. Even the young adolescents themselves are members of that community advisory board. We had LC chairpersons. Key figures in the community were all involved in giving us advice as we try to develop this intervention for parents to improve communication about sexual and reproductive health. And of course, we had several stakeholder meetings. We did so many surveys to understand what the needs of the community were as far as addressing sexual and reproductive health challenges are in relation to, we're pointing towards helping parents actually to be the ones to address these issues. So we engaged the community a lot. We had a very small community, but we were engaged with them in everything we did, from the time we were collecting data, even the survey tools, something that you think is scientific, something that is developed from science, and you think, okay, the community doesn't have a say on this, we shall just go to the community and do the survey. We didn't do that. After developing our survey tools, we went to the communities and asked them if they thought these were pertinent questions to ask about, to do the survey in the community, if they thought the language was appropriate, if they thought these were relevant questions to the community. So we had the community at all stages of our intervention. Then,
Syria.
Yes, please.
I cannot wait. I just want to, for me as a community person, I'm interested in the findings.
Yes, and that's what I'm heading to. Okay. So, okay, we went and implemented the intervention, like you're saying, and of course the intervention was to help build parent skills on talking with their children about sexual and reproductive. Sorry, I was taking you from where we came from to come to build this evidence on positive parenting, and that's why I went around corners to come to where I'm going to now. So we developed an intervention, like I said, on improving parent and child communication on sexual and reproductive health, and this intervention was targeting the parents. Some of the things that we looked at as far as positive parenting is concerned, of course, people have raised issues about socioeconomic issues, things to do with their community support and the other. So in the intervention, one of the things we made parents understand that before you talk to your child about sexual and reproductive health, you must understand that you are the owner of this child. So we derived an exercise from a parenting manual in Nigeria where we gave an example. We told the parents that God has created you in this world and has created you and given you a seed, and it is your role to nurture this seed. So if, for example, most of us are farmers, what does it take for you to nurture a seed into a plant? What do you need to provide that seed with to be able to grow and become a plant? So it's the same thing a parent does with a child. So the parents were able to understand that their primary role, that they are as caregivers of their children, that they're the primary caregivers of their children and not anyone else. So that was one of the things. And then the other things we looked at is the cost of raising children. Because we know that, of course, it is expensive. That's what we all say. It is expensive to raise children. But we did an exercise where parents were asked to list the things they needed to provide their children with, including the physical and the non-physical. And I want to inform you that 90% of the things that the parents listed did not require money at all. Of course, they said, of course, clothes need money, school fees, but that forms only about 10% of what the child needs. And the other 90% was just what they needed, what the parent needed to provide to be able to nurture their child and raise them into a positive citizen. So that's another aspect of positive parenting that we looked at. Then we also looked at another one, building circles of support for children. We help parents understand that their children, much as they are the primary caregivers, they also have circles of support. Religious leaders, education institutions, they have peers, they have the schools. And once any of those people fall out of their circles of support, then the child is going to do what? Is going to fall out. So, for example, if the child, the commissioner mentioned about how the church refused the children to be reintegrated into the schools. And yet we know that the church is one of the biggest circles of support for our young people. So if the church fell out of that circle of support, then the child is not going to get back onto their feet. So we help parents understand and help look out for those circles of support that can enable children to have a positive upbringing. And then lastly, to help parents understand that children also have problems. You know, when as parents, most of you are parents, we like to throw our problems onto children and tell them, you know, I'm here looking for school fees, I'm doing what? But we forget to know that our children also have what? Problems. And they could be carrying bigger problems than we have. We know that children are experiencing some forms of violence. They are being sexually abused. They are being bullied at school. They are facing so many challenges. So parents must also understand, as we are doing positive parenting, that children have problems and should pay attention to the problems that, that children have. I could go on and on. We evaluated this using significant change stories. I would have loved to present them, but I don't have them. I have them on a slide somewhere. But we had so many change stories that were reported among the parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cecilia. Let's clap for her. Cecilia, I wanted to get it from you. Did you find certain things that really surprised you, that really children want? I'll give an example. Did the parents you interviewed, do they know that time is the most important factor in raising up children? That rather than money, because the parents of today, all they do is, I have left money on the table, money is there. And we think that is it. And the men especially, we are guilty of this crime. That we think that once I have provided the money, I'm parenting. Do we know that the most important factor in rearing children, in raising children, is the time you give to them? And two, did you find some parents who are IDPs? For us, admins of gender, IDPs means internally displaced parents. Parents who are never there for their children. Did you also find some parents who are suffering from TB? TB for us are those parents who are too busy for their children. And so when I get back to you, I would like you to give some answers to some of those issues. Did you also find parents who know it's important for you to be a friend of your children, and that's very critical? And children will tell you things that are affecting them or not tell you, depending on the level of friendship that you have. Did you also find some parents who have nicknames? Nicknames that, somebody is called Wumbwa Kali, somebody is called Al-Qaeda, somebody is called Lakwena, because of the way we behave at homes. Will you also could have found people who, when they get home, they still behave like they are at the workplace? If he's a soldier, he wants to be a soldier even in the home. If he's a prime minister of a kingdom, he wants to be a prime minister in the home. Not forgetting that the prime minister issues are left in the office. When you come home, you are a father, you are a mother. I would like you to interrogate those things, and I'll be getting back to you. But let's clap for Cecilia once again. I would like to go to my brother, Eric Tumwesige. He's talking about engaging men and boys. He's from Makerere University. And could you be reminded, colleagues who are here, who are men, that on Saturday 19th, we were celebrating International Men's Day. How many men here knew there is International Men's Day? You are hearing about it for the first time. There is International Men's Day in this country, and we are celebrating that day, looking at what is that men are not providing. Where are men in the equation of looking after children? I have children at school, and sometimes when I go for visitation, I find myself a lonely man among so many women who turn up to visit children during the visitation. And I say, where are my fellow men? Where are my colleagues? Oh, you hear that they contributed towards the food that was taken to school, and so they are so busy somewhere doing other things. And sometimes, Anna here, Kavalunyi knows that sometimes you find them in the bar making themselves busy because it's a weekend and so mama has gone there. Tell us about the challenges you get in engaging men. And do men understand that just as it takes two to tango and to bring children into the world, the growth of children need the man and the woman? Eric, please tell us, both from the academia and from practical point of view.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I give you mine?
Yeah, sure. This one is on. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. You have introduced me, Eric Tumwesije. The guys in this house. Can I see the men? Can I see the men? TB. You know, Mr. Moderator, when my brother Richard was sharing with us the figures, he mentioned that 354,000 n'obugwamu, actually sibugwamu, 354,736 girls got pregnant in 1 year. And my question was, who impregnated them? Who was the impregnanter? That one I'm borrowing it from him. The brothers, the fathers. Recently we had a meeting on GBV conversations with the actors, and they were telling us the 10-year-olds pregnant mothers in Kasese, some of them with grandchildren. I said, okay. Now, we have these 334. Where are the impregnanters? And he's saying, what are the challenges of involving these men? I have colleagues said many times, patriarchy is a demon. Patriarchy. Masculinity is a demon that most of us have not appreciated. When you have a father sleeping with his own daughter, that's a demon. But it's a demon of masculinity, not the demon of the reverend.
We're talking about positive masculinity.
Positive masculinities. When you find a border rider that has been entrusted with a girl to go to school, and every day they have to feast on the same girl, that's a demon. And so for me to answer the first question, which I think that for us in this room as actors, we need to pay very careful attention to, is the deconstructing of this masculinity. Entitlement by men, where someone sees a house girl in the house, they have seen a brother's daughter in the house who has been entrusted to them to actually educate. But all they can see is sexual satisfaction. We had stories of fathers who were selling their daughters for a bag of cassava. I don't know, Prime Minister, whether that was in your area. A bag of cassava, where a father sees through his eyes in a daughter and can only see a bag of cassava. By the way, the minister mentioned earlier and said that we need to go beyond these reasons and dig to the root causes. When someone says it is poverty, no. It is not poverty. That guy who is selling a daughter for a bag of cassava is most likely not the poorest in the community. But they have the entitlement to their daughter. Once the daughter makes 13 years, 12 years, the minister was telling us about the 9-year-old, the P6 girl. So the parents, the Senga, does not see a growing minister, does not see a growing commissioner, but they are seeing a married woman in a P6. I'm a father, like one of the colleagues said. I am a father to daughters. So one of the biggest problems that we need to deal with is the question, and you talked about positive masculinities, is the question of the toxic masculinities. The protection of the girl child, the development of the girl child begins and actually ends with the father. If you are a father to a daughter and you have never visited them at school, because they are going to say you have become a woman because you are visiting at school, you are attending VDs. If you are a father and you have not known whether your girl is having periods and when they have them, it's a big challenge. I had a meeting somewhere in one of the universities where one professor, after we discussed issues of gender equality, he said, Eric, you need to calm down. I said, okay. I need to calm down about what? He says, these things of gender equality you are talking about, go slow. So you ask yourself a question. Those of us in this room, are we men who are part of the movement? Or we are here by invitation? We had a conversation recently, Commissioner, where we have men, the children they have delivered, the girls they have had in their entire life, they have never participated in any health-seeking moment of their children. Because when they go to the hospital, they have become the mothers. It is the responsibility. So the first challenge and the biggest challenge for me is the question of masculinity, toxic masculinities, the patriarchy. It is a monster for men. And the unfortunate bit for us as men, I don't know the men who are in this room, some people say we enjoy it. There is no father that would never want to see their daughter grow as the women in this room. I don't think so. I have always used, if I pick any one of us here, Kabarunji, a father who is selling their daughter for cassava in District X, I will not mention the district, they would also really, really love to see their daughter reach that age. But this entitlement, this ownership, this I possess, I decide, it is the one that is really killing us as one of the challenges. Did I pick your other question? There was a part B of it. No, please remind me the part B of it. There's something else you asked about.
I asked about the positive parenting to protect the girl child, but also
the engagement of men. Yeah, it's just engaging men and boys.
Okay. The positive. I think I've been talking about the positive parenting in a way. Because if you have a father that does not know, there is a time, my first daughter, when she first got her first period, the very first time, she ran with the mother to the toilet. We were in a public place, in a shopping mall. So I saw them running, whew. I said, okay. Maybe they are going to use then the mother runs out quickly, goes to the supermarket. I ask her, what's the matter? Say, tofayo, tugenda chimaliza. I said, but sifayo, what is happening? We came together. I see you, in Uganda we call it kukuta. I see you are hiding, fidgeting with my daughter. Is there any problem? I said, no, there is no problem. We are going to resolve it. Then I learned in a few minutes that my daughter was getting her first period. So after that, I will ask her, are you okay? So the involvement of men in the real experience of the daughters is what we need to focus on. Some of the things that the actors in this room, in terms of how to involve us, because I have asked a question, those of us in this room, and you don't need to answer this, the men here, are we involved or we are participating in this meeting? Because we will be the same men that attend this meeting, we go back home and take the decisions that take these girls back to what we are discussing. So one of the things, Mr. Moderator and actors here, I think we need to be deliberate on men. Very deliberate. I was looking at some of the practices that our friends have done. And one of the questions that they're asking is, should we have the interventions for men and women running concurrently? Should we have them separately? I think one of the things we need to have is spaces for me and my brothers to honestly talk. To honestly talk. Because the men that take policies that affect other girls would never want those policies to affect their own daughters. Fun enough. So when you speak about schools, for example, we are talking about the girls getting pregnant in schools. 50% of them who got pregnant were at school. So we are discussing interventions in schools that will actually address the problem of pregnancies. The teachers whose children are not in that school, the men, may not participate in these conversations and not take them very seriously. We need spaces and we talk as men. Where is the problem? And how do we resolve the problem?
Thank you. Who is the witch around here?
We have to keep switching back and forth.
You hear Eric loud and clear. Do you have space with your children? Do you have space as a father? Do you find time? Once upon a time, and this would have been a good question for Right Honorable Ambrose, what happened to the fireplace? Long time ago, when I read literature, parents used to sit around a fire and they would transmit knowledge to their children, talk about the things that matter within the clan, tell them the do's and don'ts. What happened? These things have been replaced by the TV. You find father and mother glued on the TV, and worshiping people they don't know. When it is football, they know where Ronaldo was born, when he was born, how he eats, where he sleeps. Ronaldo doesn't know about them at all. And they don't know nothing about their cultures. Those things are happening. Do you also see what I see? That something extremely wrong has happened to the men of Uganda, the men of Africa, the men of the world. I'm 5 decades old on earth. I've never seen a cock mounting a chick. I've never seen a bull mounting a calf. I don't know whether you people in Acholi and Lango, you have seen them. Where I grew up, I never see them. I find adult cows mounting adult. What makes a modern man, and I'm using that reservedly, to go around and you sleep with a girl of 12 years? That's a calf. what is happening. But if you have ever seen what I have not seen, you tell me that that's okay. When I was young, if somebody told me that, Mondo, you behave like an animal, I would fight the whole day. Now, if you tell me that I behave like an animal, I will say, praise God. Because many animals are behaving better than human beings. And I'm asking, what has gone wrong? Have we failed? And then this goes to culture. Are we not training the boys on how to present their manifestos before the prospective girls they want to marry and defend those manifestos? Is it the same thing that is happening, that we can't have even the ability to ask and we have to rep? Those are issues. 56% of all children in a research that was carried out recently didn't have any feeling of a father in their lives. 56%. They don't know about a father figure. They know about the mother. There is a story of a man who works with the embassy, and one day his car broke down. You know, he wakes up very early to go and drive the ambassador, and he comes back late, because, you know, ambassadors go for those evening, you know, there is, today is Independence Day for this embassy, the other day for the other. So they have a lot of drinks. And I think being an ambassador, you must have to learn how to drink. And so this man was always coming back late. And one day the car broke down and he came home. And the children, when they came from school, they came and they found somebody in their house sleeping in mommy's bed. So they got concerned and they shouted, thief, thief, thief. Neighbors come around and they say, where is the thief? He's there. Where? That one. They were pointing at the father. Because the children had never seen the father around during the day. And so they thought their father was a thief who has come to sleep, not in his bed, but in mommy's bed. And there are so many of you around here. What's the role of Fathers Union? What do we hear about during premarital talk? Are there some lessons there? Are there some community spaces? Now, I turn to my old friend, the culture leader. What are your parting shots? In that I have said so many things. Pick from whatever I have said and develop your parting shots as we move towards lunch.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your question is, where did the fireplace go? I just want to answer it by saying, Uganda evolved too fast and left the people behind, so we are recklessly playing catch-up by veering off, trying to copy, doing all sorts of things, and we left what would protect us. And that is the simple question. I mean, we don't have time to go into that. The other thing I want to say is, let's be clear of the distinction between tradition and culture. Tradition is relatively rigid. Culture changes. Culture is dynamic. Culture keeps evolving faster than tradition. When we look at what tradition prescribes for protecting the girl child, it's very, very clear. Some of these things we see coming out as culture are indeed subcultures that have evolved because of how the world is evolving and how people have decided to interpret things in their own ways. You also asked me that, what have we done? For instance, in our cultural institution, we have published marriage guidelines in Acholi, where some of what you are saying does not appear. It is very clearly stipulated that you cannot marry an underage girl in that culture. And anything below 18, in fact, in Acholi, anything below 18 is even a young age for marriage. Because what do you know? What are you taking to your mother-in-law's place? Traditional Acholi prepared a girl so that by the time she gets to her home, she knows the role of motherhood, she knows the role of what to do in her husband's home. Some of the reasons we are having a lot of divorce and relationship breakups is because you don't know what you are going to do there. Tradition helps you. And that's why in Acholi, if you find a girl dancing ding-ding, you know this is a baby. If you get the girl dancing uyi, you know that one is now if you get the one dancing la raga raga, that is courtship dance. They go there.
Ready?
No, she's still preparing to be ready. Okay. Then you go like that, until they progress to dancing achut and all these other dances.
Can we go back where it started raining on us?
It's still there, but then people do not know the meaning of those dances. They have been turned into things for entertainment.
Finally,
I only beg that let's work together. This is a new reality that confronts all of us. There is no way we are going to run away from it and leave anybody out of this game. I want to call it a game because we have to play it. Thank you.
Thank you. He's saying there is no pavilion. People are watching football right now, and there is pavilions. In the game of parenting, there is no pavilion. There is nobody who is saying, I'm seated in the pavilion, I'm watching people, acting. Now, Eric, before Eric, let me go to Cecilia. Cecilia, positive parenting to protect the girl child. Tell us something about, does family planning have any space in this whole thing we are talking about? Because I tend to think sometimes that people are not parenting because they have produced more than they can afford to parent. The other day, I was reading a paper from, does anybody come from, there's this man, he comes from Butareja, I think. He has 12 wives and 102 children. He's a man enough, He's a man enough. Then I read about another one who has 29 children out of 24 women. Again, somebody traditional can say that's a man enough. Does the number of children that people produce have anything to do with their capacity to parent? Can you extend equal love for all these children? Some of them you may not even know by name.
Thank you so much. I'll speak from the perspective of a researcher. The professor is not here. He would have maybe agreed with me that your questions are more or less like hypotheses. If the bigger the family, the more difficult it is. But how many families have that big number of children? Because the community where we worked, on average, a family had about 4 to 6 children. But still parents were having difficulty in parenting their children. It was a question of
So you think the size does not matter?
Size does not matter. The question is how to build a relationship with a child. We know the African way, the punitive way. If a child does this, you don't negotiate, you just punish. If you want to tell a child to avoid pregnancy, you warn them. If you ever get pregnant, never come back to my house. And that's what they know. That's why the Rachel was telling us. She knew her mother was tough and she could not tell her at first that she was what? She was pregnant. So we know the punitive way of parenting, but there are other ways there are better ways, more polite ways of handling our children. And of course, the parents told us at the end when we did an evaluation, they told us that they stopped instilling fear in their children and brought them to the table to discuss issues. And they were now more comfortable discussing about even the pregnancy issues, the issues of HIV and the like. And then they became hands-on. Because, for example, some of the mothers were full-time mothers, were mothers who were spending most of the time at home. If they went to work, they were going to work in a nearby garden. And they had the children most times in the vicinity. But they didn't know what to do with the children.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last statement.
Yes.
One last statement that you want us to take home.
We need to adopt positive parenting skills. We need to help parents build relationships with their children before we take to them the talk about avoiding pregnancy and sexual and reproductive health and all the other things. Let us first build positive relationships with the children, and then we shall have the long-term outcomes.
Eric, we have that anthill, engaging men. What's that you want to say to fellow men about how important engaging themselves in bringing up children is? And if you think the numbers matter.
Thank you very much. I think I will start. When my sister was talking, I was a little bit, I was like, okay, I'm a man. Do I buy it? The guys in this house, does the number matter? No? Yes? If you have 20 children, you know, one of the things when we are discussing some of these social issues is we need to be honest. Very honest. No. His question is...
Don't call us Cecilia, don't call us Eric.
His question is one father, one man. Because I was reading another text yesterday of a guy with 98 children. I think if you ask my personal opinion, the number really matters a lot. You don't want as a father, I proudly earn salary, but I don't want as a father to have 20 children in my house, 30 children in my house. Most of these children, the way they have been telling us, they're actually the ones that are going to get pregnant at 13 years, 11 years. So the number matters.
To go to the streets.
We may not say how many, but it matters. The second one, moderator. Yesterday, I looked at an intervention that I want to bring as the least intervention. If you say it in some of our communities, someone will say, what? In UN Women, one of the countries implemented an intervention for men to teach them how to iron clothes. How to iron. So they assembled a space somewhere with ironing, I don't know whether those are...
Ironing boards.
Ironing specialists. Someone who is a specialist in ironing. So they bring men to teach them how to iron. For me, if you ask me for a take home, and for everyone in this room, the honest thing is, let us be honest with some of these men. How do we bring them into the action? If people can organize an intervention just to teach how to iron, do these men know how to do what they are supposed to be doing? One of the key things we are discussing lately is the question of care economy. How are men participating in the care economy? How do we bring them? There is no father, Mr. Moderator and colleagues, there is no father that will find satisfaction, that would find pride, that would find joy more than the joy of being friends with your daughters.
Thank you very much. Take that home. Being friends with your daughter, being friends with your children. And let me add very quickly, the numbers matter. The numbers matter. Let's produce the children we can have and look after adequately well. After all, even God, the Creator, who told us, go out there, multiply, and fill the world, he produced only one boy, Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ never produced any child. So it matters how many we produce, the care matters. Thank you once again. Can you clap for my team? Time is out. We wanted to continue discussing. Enjoy your lunch. Back to you, Harriet. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Cecilia. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mondo and the team that has really presented. I know these topics are really Now you have coupons. Kindly, let's march for lunch. We can use 30 minutes. Yes, it's possible. Let's try. And then we get back here for our ending sessions. Thank you so much. Coupons? Some colleagues don't have? Okay. Someone with coupons? Shiba? Kindly follow up for coupons. Some members here are missing coupons. Let me check.
Nali wa maama ng'afuna okunyigirizibwa okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala. Mulimu ti eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitoole yange gye nvudde wange. Nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Ne mbeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba. Mulimu ti eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitoole yange gye nvudde wange. Nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ebanzijawo ne bantwala ekirala ewakiso singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona nentuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto ne neebaza nabona abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero singa nze sikyaliwo singa nafa nadda naye naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri fune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kyeŋŋamba abawala mwewala abasajja mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu beefuulira mu katikitiko wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abaakulabanga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent he never even gave me my salary for 6 months because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me, you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the Jigi Boys Shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out. Try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. No one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
Nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudabuda bafunira obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongole situkire wamu wenyigira ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange njagala kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Muli muti eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4. Then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo. Kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo, singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri, nfune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kye ŋŋamba abawala, mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu, beefuulira mu katikiti wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abakulaba nga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent. He never even gave me my salary for 6 months. Because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the GB, the Jigi by the shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out. Try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. no one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
Nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudaabuda bafunye obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongo situkire wamu wenyigira ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange nja kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne lwait naawe ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri nfune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kyeŋŋamba abawala mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu beefuulira mu katikitiro wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abaakulabanga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent he never even gave me my salary for 6 months because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married, and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me, you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the Jigi Boys Shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out. Try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. No one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
Nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudaabuda bafunira obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongo situkire wamu wenyigira ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange njagala kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa, ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Ne mbeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4. Then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo. Kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo, singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri, nfune bizinensi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kye ŋŋamba abawala, mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu, beefuulira mu katikiti wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu, asobola okuwa buli kimu naye kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako aba akulaba nga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent he never even gave me my salary for 6 months because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the Jigi Boys Shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out, try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. No one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
Nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudabuda bafunira obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongo situkire wamu wenyigira ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange njagala kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4. Then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo. Kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne lwait naawe ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo, singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri, nfune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kye ŋŋamba abawala, mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu, beefuulira mu katikitiko wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abaakulabanga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent. He never even gave me my salary for 6 months. Because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the GB, the Jiggy by the shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out. Try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. No one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudaabuda bafunye obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongo situkire wamu wenyigira ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange njagala kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri nfune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kyeŋŋamba abawala mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu beefuulira mu katikiti wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu naye kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abaakulabanga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent.
Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange. Mulimu eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzijawo ne bantwala nina ekitongole kye nasookerako nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4 then ne banzijawo ne bantwala ekirala ewakso singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona nentuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto ne neebaza nabona abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero singa nze sikyaliwo singa nafa nadda naye naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri fune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kyeŋŋamba abawala mwewala abasajja mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu beefuulira mu katikitiko wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako abaakulabanga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent he never even gave me my salary for 6 months because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married, and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman took me to a certain shelter. Everything is now okay. I'm okay with my mother. I'm no longer going to marry that man. So I thank the Jigi Boys Shelter for helping me. I cry out for the government, the police stations, please help my fellow girls, my fellow ladies who are out there. They are facing a lot of challenges. Try to find out. Try to investigate. They have nowhere to go. They are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. No one can listen to them. But if the government puts a lot of effort, my fellow ladies will be happy.
Nafuna obuzibu nenja ku ActionAID ne sister wange ne bambudabuda bafunye obujjanjabi ne bansindikira ku kitongo situkire wamu wenjigire ekyalaani era wenkyali nga nkyayiga ekyalaani. Ekirooto kyange nja kubeera art and design nga nkola ku mikolo ne ku bagole. Nsaba gavumenti enkwasizeeko sobole okutuuka ku kirooto kyange ekyenjagala.
Muli muti eyo ngenda kwogera ku sitole yange gyenvudde wange nga nali ewa maama nga nfuna okunyigirizibwa. Okwo okunyigirizibwa ne kundeetera okugenda mu bufumbo. Maama n'ategeera gye ndi n'ajja n'anzigyayo omusajja ne bamusiba. Omusajja n'afiira mu kkomera. Omusajja we yafa ekitongole ne kisalawo tuyamba ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekitongole kye nasookerako. Nembeerayo ennaku zaalinga 4. Then ne banzigyawo ne bantwala ekirala e Wakiso. Singa saalinze singa awo situukangawo. Kuba nalabanga oba abonaabona ne ntuuka n'okwagala okugyamu olubuto. Ne right now ne wentunuulira omwana wange mpulira essanyu ne neebaza ekitongole olw'ensonga kyannyamba obutajjaamu lubuto. Ne neebaza na bonna abaatuyambako abaatukwatirako okuba nga tuli wano olunaku olwaleero. Singa nze sikyaliwo, singa nafa nadda. Ne naliwo ku lwa kitongole na ku lwange okwekkiririzaamu nti buli kimu nkisobola okiyitamu. Bwe nava ku poliisi nagenda ku ActionAID ne mbeerayo nga wendwala bantwala mu ddwaliro ng'ekyokulya bampa okuva ku kyenkya paka ku kyeggulo. Engeri gye nali olubuto nga kyenjagala bakimpa, obulamu bwange nga babutambuza bulungi. Ekirooto kyange njagala, ndi mukyala ayagala nnyo okuyiga enviiri era nga njagala nnyo njiga enviiri, nfune bizinesi nga yakusiba nviiri. Kye ŋŋamba abawala, mwewala abasajja, mwewala okufuna embuto kuba abasajja bo bazibu beefuulira mu katikitiro wano nga talina kye yakufunyeemu asobola okuwa buli kimu ne kasita amala okwebakako bw'ati taddamu kulowoozaako aba kulaba nga kisasiro.
I am a girl who used to be in 6 boys. I grew up with my mother. She was a single lady, a single mother. My father died when I was 3. So I grew up and I was 18. There was a certain man who came and told my mother he has got me a job. I felt happy. So I started working the first year, the second year. So we entered the 3rd year. The man changed. He started bad habits, harassing me, touching me, bad touching me, and I wasn't feeling good. He reached at an extent he never even gave me my salary for 6 months because he told me to sleep with him and I refused. So he started calling my mother, telling her that I have bad habits, that I no longer want to work, and that wasn't true. So my mother quarreled. She never listened to me. I never told her that the man was harassing me because she was so rude. Life kept on moving. So one day I went to my mother's place and she told me someone wants to marry me. I asked her, who is that person? She told me, your boss wants to marry you. I was really surprised. I told her, I'm not going to marry that man. I have a boyfriend. She never listened to me. She said, you will marry this man when I'm still alive. If you don't marry this man, you will look for your other mother that you will disobey. I told her the man is married and the man is 45 years. I'm 19. She told me you will marry this man. So I had no other option. The following morning, I ran away from home. I wanted to seek for help. I went to the nearby station and reported my case. So that day, that policewoman...
Here the rapporteurs from the different breakaway sessions to present to us what were the key points as discussed in your different breakaway rooms. May I invite our presenters for the skit to take stage now, and we kickstart. Meanwhile, rapporteurs, please get busy with your presentations. Please make them as brief as possible so that they are brief but precise to the point as discussed. Drama skit. Allow me 1 minute to follow up the team that is going to be doing the skit.
Hub Omukono gwano gunkubanga mwenge kutula n'ennyingo kutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Tally con expiry date. Uli kasera njagala mbewendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby. Tempera, wameza nechecho. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, awo. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, every day. Wayo, wayo. Oh, oh, oh. Wayo, wayo. The way you dance, girl, give a man fever. Got your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, make a man fever. Got your body, but you make Mr. Lover, lover. And say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal. As long as you know cause balaba. Promising you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine and do well. Oh yo, oh yo. Oh, oh, oh. Oh yo, oh yo. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The way you dance, girl, give a man feel. Now your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. Only when pull out I can know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking know if I were. Panicking and put to love. Only when pull out I can know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking know if I were. Give me don't tell me.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. As we do all that we do for the girl child, it's very important to consider the aspect of inclusivity. We now move on a notion that says, leave no one behind. And therefore, it's very important to ensure that even the girls with disabilities, hearing impairments, and the different disabilities are able to pick the messages that we pass on. Many times, we draft messages that are not picked by our brothers and sisters with different disabilities. So, to present to us a very short brief on the challenges of engaging with girls with disabilities, join me in welcoming Shakira from UNFPA, who will give us a practical experience on this. And I'm giving you, Shakira, a maximum of 3 minutes, which is already cutting down to 2.8. Sorry. She'll be speaking through our interpreter who is seated down here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from your lunch. I hope everyone is satisfied and we are all, had a good lunch. Was it good? Was it good? Great. My name is Nabakoza, PA, and I'm here to share briefly about the challenges that girls with disability face. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to start with a story about a girl who is deaf, and she's in primary 6. And this story I got about her, that whenever she goes to school, she's from a day school, but at home, her parent, her father, abilities, who are pregnant when they're teenagers, but they do not have where they can access information, where they can access help. And you find that some of these referral pathways are not available for them to open up and to say whatever they are going through. And sometimes we just assume that they are okay, and this is really painful. There is so much that is happening in our community. So, seeing from this perspective, I don't know if you feel it, that it's important that in our respective work, we consider such persons, because within your own home, you don't even have the comfort, because it's not even safe at home. And then there are different categories of persons with disabilities. There are little people, there are people with intellectual disability, deaf and physical disabilities, which also face different challenges specific to their disabilities. It is my humble request, ladies and gentlemen, that we spread information, that we spread our service, so that persons with disabilities can as well be in our programs, so that they are free from GBV, so that they are free from from teenage pregnancy, so that they can also achieve their dreams. We all remember post-COVID, how it was so rampant. I was lucky enough that I was living with my family and they could support me where necessary. But there are so many out there who were not able to access anything around that time.
I give this to you. This is the hand clap, ladies and gentlemen, in sign language. Before you go, I wanted to know, what do you think parents with girls with the different disabilities should be doing to ensure that these girls are safe and protected? What's the message for parents?
Thank you so much. My message to the parents on how to ensure safety of their children with disabilities is, first of all, to love them as any other child, because this is where they find the safe place when their parents love them. And also to give them some of the avenues to report in case anything happens to them that they think is not right, so that even when the parents are not there, the children can always report. But first is to love them.
Okay, lastly, you know we have many district representatives here. The challenge is more, what do you think is this that we can do in the rural areas to also safeguard the girls with disabilities? Anything you can point to that is critical?
Thanks again. So in the rural communities, it's very true that there is so much vulnerability. And in our programs, we always tend to focus on the urban areas. But this is an opportunity that we extend our programs to reach out to the farthest left behind, to go to the communities so that we can find some of those specific challenges rather than just focusing on the urban areas, so that in the different activities we do, persons with disabilities are part of. We are not able to collect some of this information because we are not reaching out far enough. The different CSOs that are here, this is an opportunity to go that extra mile. And with that, we can get people on board. We can see that our services reach to those who are left behind.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You can take your seat now. And thank you, Mr. Interpreter. You've done a good job.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, our work is cut out for the girls with disabilities. Like she said, we tend to concentrate on the urban centers. The real challenge is in the rural areas. Let's reach out there. I now want to call on the rapporteurs from the different breakaway sessions. Harriet, something? The skit, they are ready now? Did you tell them I called them yesterday? Did you tell them I called them yesterday and they were nowhere? Have they finally arrived? Next time you're flying into the country, use Uganda Airlines. Why do you first go to Nairobi with KQ? Use a direct flight to here. Please, I'm giving you 5 minutes for that skit because we need to be closing this in the next 1 hour. The floor is yours.
A good afternoon to us all. This is actually a song, it's not a skit. Okay, my name is Shiba Amanyire. I'm a second-year student at Makerere University, majoring in gender studies. I'm very passionate about gender equality. So today we're going to sing a song composed by me, and it's titled Orange the Globe. I'm sure we all know about the orange color. if I talk about Orange the Globe, like orange, it carries a very big meaning. It is a sign of equality. It gives hope. So this song it's packed up with a very big message, and I hope you can all listen to it. No matter where she is, her pain won't stop. Home on streets, in school, she strives to win. But these are mothers, these are sisters, the aunties and daughters and neighbors, the men will torture her. The man prints everywhere, but they take it and wash for men and cook for men and clean for men. Countless times she's his own victim. A punching bag, he feels entitled. But women are heroes. The sexism needs closure. Culture, no culture. These girls need education, and we strive to stop women inferiority. These girls have dreams. Inclusion is where we ought to be. A brighter future, free of violence, optimism and energy. Hey, we need optimism and energy. Because no matter where she is, she needs more love. Home on streets, in school, she needs more care. Because these are mothers, these are sisters, they're aunties and daughters and neighbors that shouldn't suffer. Orange the globe with me. Cause women are heroes. The sexism needs closure. Culture, no culture. These girls need education, and we strive to stop women inferiority. These girls have dreams. Inclusion is where we ought to be. A brighter future, free of violence, optimism and energy. Hey, we need optimism and energy. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was a nice tune there. Yes, you felt it. Yes, yes. That is the number one fan there. Okay? The kid has enjoyed it as much as we have. And he's saying we should nominate you for the Grammys. Maybe we should interchange Kenzo and you. Thank you so much for that song full of a heavy message. Rapporteurs, please. We start with breakaway session 1. You ready? Please come and give us your presentation. Oh, we have Jerry Kasamba. Jerry Kasamba, you're most welcome, all the way from Nebi. You're most welcome, Jerry.
It's not on PowerPoint?
It's not on PowerPoint.
It's on PowerPoint, but I haven't checked it there.
Can I give it to them?
You can't give it to them. The whole machine.
No, they cannot pick it. Can we have a flash to pick the presentation? It's on PowerPoint. Please, the other rapporteurs, make sure you deliver your presentation behind there. So when you get here, it's just about presenting it. Jerry, take the opportunity to be introducing yourself in the meantime.
Yeah, good afternoon. You will forgive my voice, it's a bit hoarse with travel from West Nile, but I think you will hear it. Yes, greetings from West Nile. So as they fix it, we were in group one, breakout group one, which handled the role of communities in addressing the challenges of adolescent girls and young women. And our moderator was Mr. Mondo, and the rapporteurs was me, Kasamba Jerry, and my colleague, Lorna. Lorna, can you stand up somewhere? Do I see Lorna? Lorna Kigozi. She has run because she was supposed to present. I told her I have a very bad voice, so I think she has just disappeared. Yeah, so this is good. This is group one, and I was, as I said, was on the role of communities in addressing the challenges of adolescent girls and young women. And our first topic was on engaging men. Mr. Tumusire, yes, from Makerere University. And because of time, I really want to go on to straight away the takeaways. So one takeaway was on the issue of reconstructing masculinity, especially the issue of entitlement that sees girls as sex objects. And I think that one came out very strongly. The second takeaway was on protection of the girl child that should start and end with the father. And in the emerging issue, it was noticed that fathers are not giving enough time for their daughters, for their girl children. They're not visiting them in schools. They're not talking with them, on issues of sexuality enough. And so protection of the girl child should now start with the father and also end with the father. The third area was involving men in the issues of their daughters. And a call was made for us to start with the men who are here in this house today, that once we go back, we should make sure that involving our daughters on issues that affect them should start with us. And then also fathers to get interested in menstrual hygiene education. Fathers are also not getting enough, are not sharing enough issues of menstrual hygiene with their daughters. And so there is a call for fathers to get interested in issues of menstrual hygiene education. And the question was posed, which man will marry a woman who is not menstruating? Which man will want to marry a woman who is what? Not menstruating? None. Yeah, so if you want to marry a woman who is menstruating, then you should know that menstruation is a good thing because it brings out life. Are we together? And so men should get involved, therefore, naturally, in discussing issues of menstrual hygiene with their daughters. Then there was an issue of creating space for men and boys to talk about these issues. We also realized that the boy child is not being engaged enough, and so they will grow up being very poor parents, and so we need to create enough space for boys and men to be talking about issues of sexuality, both at home and also in school. And then men to also participate in the care economy. And Mr. Tumusije gave something which now became a catchword there, that we should be friends with your daughters. Fathers should be friends with their daughters. And so those were some of the key takeaways from the area of, involving men and, it's not moving, involving men and women in issues of, parenting, engaging men and women, men and boys. Then the second aspect and the second presentation was on positive parenting to protect the girl child. And this was done by Mbarara University and especially by Madame Cecilia Katwala. Madame Cecilia, if you're around, we want the public to, she is there. She stood in for Professor Vola Nyakato, and she made a very good presentation. The emerging issues are in the detailed report, but these are the key takeaways. Improve parent-child communication and education on sexuality. She gave highlights of a research they are doing on how to improve communication between the parent and the child and their children, parents and their children, on issues of sexuality. And it is a very enriching research, which I think if it is ready, it will be very interesting for stakeholders here to get a copy of, because it is improving communication, and education on sexuality between parent and child. And then she also brought a very interesting concept on having community advisory board. Through this research, they created what they call community advisory boards in the communities. And these community advisory boards involve the parents and also the children. And so also taking on the principle of leave no one behind. I think now the children were brought onto this board so that now also their views, are captured and are also consulted and engaged in this board. And we thought this was a very, very interesting, interesting lesson, for us to take. The issue of having community advisory board that involves both parents and children. And then she also brought again a very interesting thing around the cycle of support. That parents do not know community cycles of support existent within their own communities and villages, whether it be the religious leaders, the LC support system, the vice chairperson LC1 is in charge of children affairs, and other categories of people. And so, as a takeaway, we should help parents look for those cycles of support at the community level. And this one becomes very good for referral, making referral pathways very easy. A parent can quickly now, therefore, refer a suffering daughter to a referral pathway, whether it be for nutrition, for counseling, for social support counseling, for livelihood, for whatever, community service that may be existent within the community. We should help our parents know the cycle of support. Most parents do not know. And then another interesting thing was to help parents understand and pay attention to their children's problems. Most parents do not sit with their children to understand their problems, and so we should have a deliberate effort to help parents understand and pay attention to their children's problems. And then above all, we should adopt positive parenting skills. So these were the takeaways from positive parenting to protect girl child that was given by Madame Cecilia Katwala. The last presentation was on revisiting cultural and social norms to protect girls from child marriage and teenage pregnancy. And this was done by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Cape Coral, Asholi. Maybe wherever you are, you can wave your hand. Thank you, yes. So he highlighted also very interesting issues. One, that cultural institutions preside over a clan-based network. A clan-based network. And this one provides a very strong, big network structure, that starts from the family to the extended family, to clans, to the chiefdom, and then also to the kingdom for those communities that have kingdoms, And this offers a very good referral system to contain and to discuss issues of, teenage pregnancy and child marriage. And so this is a very big structure and a very big community resource that we have. Having an extensive network of clans and families and extended families within our communities that can be utilized to solve issues of teenage pregnancy and child marriage. And then also cultural institutions are custodians of cultural norms. They also play a very key role in community mediations, community dialogues and mediations, including aspects of reintegration, resettlement of girls in society. Because resettlement of some girls may need even healing. Resettlement of some girls may need, blood cleansing, may need those other deeper things that might have happened. Those domestic violence may involve blood, may involve death, may involve, a lot of things that may need traditional healing and cleansing. And so traditional cultural leaders and cultural institutions play a key role in ensuring that mediation. But they also play a key role in passing guidelines and pronouncements and proclamations on protecting the girl child. And here I remember the Prime Minister thanked the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development so much for this role, because with guidance from Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, they have been able to develop guidelines and pronouncements on issues regarding marriage, and especially the age of consent, which is 18 years and above. And this is a very good practice. We thought is so good. And then cultural institutions also play a key role in research and documentation, and especially of those positive cultural aspects that protect women and girls. And then they also are involved in cross-cultural exchange and cooperation. He cited also one example that the Kerkwaro Asholi is working together with Nabagereka Development Foundation, promoting good cultural values, and especially what they call Ubuntu Bulamo, what is called in Asholi Kura Mater, and what is called in Alur Kura Matera, what is called in Bunyoro Ubuntu, and so forth and so forth. So they are working with Nabagereka Development Foundation, and this is a very good cross-cultural exchange and cooperation in aspects of promoting good cultural values that protect the girl child. And then also publication on marriage guidelines. I think this one is a reputation, a reputation. But then also cultural leaders play a key role in traditional counseling and preparation of girls for motherhood. The whole area of mothercraft, traditional leaders used to play a very key role with also the aunties, the sangas, the wives, in preparing girls, for motherhood. And this has been a very good value, a very good practice. And then also we started collaboration and coordination with government, especially the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and also different agencies. Like for Kelkara Sholi, they're also working with UNFPA, with UN Women, and also ActionAID in dealing with issues to protect the girl child. But also, you mentioned that they are not stopping only at the national level, but they also now have a regional and international cultural cooperation under their organization of Kotla, which is the organization of chiefs and kings in Africa. So this organization brings now all the chiefs and kings in Africa to work on issues of common interest, and especially to learn and share good practices for protecting girls from across the continent. And I think that is the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jerry, for that presentation from your breakaway session. See, very good discussions there, very, very targeted. And we are privileged to have those many points from that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have one wrap-up plenary session for all presentations. So if you have a point you would like to make in regard to any of the presentations that are going to be made here, take note, so you raise it during the plenary session. May I invite a rapporteur from breakaway session 2. Okay.
Good evening, members. This is what we did as Group 2. We had 4
produce. He has it there. Pen. It is only one page. Yeah.
We had 4 presentations. I want to thank the group member for putting this together. Though we had a challenge of time was not on our side, but we had BRAC present, we had Save the Children present, we had IRC present, and then UYONET. Is it UYONET? Yes, UYONET. So we compressed all this together, and a lot is in the report, but we just summarized the takeaways for the purposes of this session, and this is how we came out with what we took home. We looked at disability inclusion as one of the key issues that we shouldn't undermine. And when you talk about disability, let us classify the kind of disability that we need to address, because mere talking about disability does not bring everyone on board. Then we also, another takeaway was strengthening positive parenting. Then we also said involvement of boys and girls. It does not make sense to empower a girl child when you're leaving a boy behind. Then we also agreed on the economic empowerment for both girls and the parents. As we are economically empowering these girls, the parents shouldn't be left out for us to achieve the concept of positive parenting. And then we said we should build synergy and meaningful partnership, NGOs to NGOs, and then NGOs and government, for us to achieve what we really want to address. And then we also have providing alternatives for delayed child marriages. What is that we can put on board to ensure that these girls don't drop out early and go into early marriages? Then we also, something that stood out for me in this discussion was child marriage is not marriage, but an exploitation. So we are all using this word wrongly to say these are child marriages, yet all of them are below 18. So this is something that stood out, that it is an exploitation but not child marriage. And then we are looking at project sustainability. This is something we cannot do at once. After skilling these girls, they've gone out there. What happens next? What is that sustainable plan do we give them to ensure that they live longer and stay focused towards the goal that you've set? Then we need to put a lot of focus on mindset change. Whatever we are talking about rotates about mindset change. If we change the mindset of our people, I think we shall live into a better Uganda. And then we are also talking about duplication of projects. This happens mostly to NGOs. You go to a district, we are about 5 NGOs running the same project with the same purpose, but we don't greet each other. So there's a lot of duplication, and may I believe if we came together and said, what do you have on board, ActionAID? What do you have on board, BRAC? Then we put resources together so that we have a bigger component of achieving our objectives. Other than one organization going to a district, mapping out a sub-county, and mapping out one village, I think we shall not have an impact. But if we brought resources together, we can end up covering a whole sub-county in a district. So we need to come together and reduce on the duplication of these projects and our areas of operation. Then we said, can we strengthen the implementation of the existing legal and policy framework? Let people know that these policies are there to protect the girl child. Let them understand what exactly they are supposed to do within the legal and policy framework. Then we also had 2 emerging issues, which our colleagues had hinted on. The menstrual health is still a challenge to the girl child. Girls out there still miss classes, miss to go to work because of this menstrual health that they can't afford. Then we also looked at lack of standardized training guidelines to deal with the issue at hand. When we look at most of us who are doing skilling projects under NGOs, we have different guidelines that we follow. At the end of the day, we end up confusing the community. Just the way I said, ActionAID will come with its own guidelines, BRAC will come, and then the beneficiaries will end up being confused. What is that we are trying to achieve? So I think we need to come out with standardized training guidelines to ensure that this is well achieved. That's all we had from Group 2, but all the other details are in the main report. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Team 2. Well done, thank you. You raise a key point on nomenclature. It's very important. You know, they said, if you give your child a name that brings bad luck, they will most likely meet up with bad luck. Give them a name that brings hope. So there is nothing like child marriage. I like that. Why do we even call it marriage? There should be something more demonizing to the act, because it's not good. We shall have a discussion after. Group 3. Kitio, you're coming up. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good. So I'm presenting for Group 3. Our topic was cross-cutting issues on addressing child marriage and teenager pregnancy. And we had 2 subtopics. One was the role of the media in protecting the girl child, and the second one was meaningful youth engagement, a key strategy to influence adolescent girls to action. We are 2 presenters, but because of time, my colleague has asked me to present on her behalf. So the group came out with one of the roles of the media as agenda setting, in which the media rallies the listeners to think differently on the issues affecting the girl child. And then media acts as a watchdog in fighting for the girl child. It creates awareness on the existing legal and policy frameworks, of course by sensitizing the community and the public on the laws and policies that are available. And then the media mobilizes for social justice. They put the duty bearers to act accordingly. And then it plays a role of education and informing the public when it talks about the issues that affect the girl child. We got a case study that the Uganda Media Association has a newspaper called The Other Voice, and an FM radio, Mama FM, and the women are trying to provide, to talk for the voiceless. They talk for the voiceless, those who cannot talk on their behalf. And the media provides a platform for other women to voice their views, whereby it highlights child abuse issues. And it offers space for men to speak out and condemn the vices. And how the media is making a difference in promoting the girl child. The media is rallying the public to fight the harmful practices that affect the girl child, such as FGM, and recently there was an article, I think it was in New Vision, on such matters. And then mobilize the stakeholders, especially the lawmakers and the enforcers for social justice and legislation, and putting the duty bearers, like a government, to account for the presence of violence against the girl child, and using the social media platforms to create awareness and provide information to the public. There is use of the media to educate the masses at all levels, national, local government, and the community level, and then build the capacity of stakeholders on the issues of the girl child, and then strengthens coordination and partnerships with key stakeholders in that area. However, there were issues regarding the challenges the media faces in playing its role of protecting the girl child, which came out. One of them is the negative mindset on the issues that affect women and girls that I think the community has. And then the issue of the media training curriculum is silent on child-related issues as concerns of development. When they are being trained as journalists, their curriculum is silent. Maybe they find issues related to children when they are in practice. And then the laws and policies regulating media are not gender sensitive and responsive, in addition to issues affecting persons with disabilities. This needs to be addressed, and that the media encounters limited resources when they are performing their duties, and yet it is very costly to produce, for example, a very good story. The tools they need are quite expensive. And then lack of adequate information on the existing laws and policy frameworks, where some of the journalists don't have the prerequisite information on the laws and policies to ensure that they do their work perfectly well. And then limited capacity in analyzing issues. I think this is also to do with the way they are trained. Of course, some of them, not all of them. And there was also an issue of low pay for media practitioners, where we were informed that some of them are paid only 100,000 per month to do such critical work. And then the working tools are very expensive, with no government tax waivers. So some recommendations. There is a need to revise the media curriculum to draw attention to the teenager pregnancy and early marriage, and then need to highlight issues of social protection and social justice by the media. And then the media should be a partner in the protection of the girl child. It should be treated as a partner, not as an enemy. And then need to strengthen coordination and partnerships between the media and the government, such that the media can relate and work well with government to ensure that information is disseminated whenever and wherever it's necessary. There should be a national strategy to mainstream gender in the media, which is still lacking. And then a round-table discussion between the media and the government. There should be a need for building capacity of the younger media personnel who have just come out of their training on issues concerning the protection of the girl child. And then we take media closer to the community. Most of the information that is reported is information within the reach of the media. And this is, in most cases, information within or near urban centers. When you go very far in rural areas, a lot is happening, but it is not disclosed. And then train women and girls on how to talk to media freely. The issue came out that they fear to talk to the media, and I think also the parents don't want their girl child to talk to the media, to expose the evil that has happened, for example. And then design the national capacity programs for the media to ensure that their capacity is built, and also design mentorship programs for the girl child. So this is another topic, meaningful youth engagement, a key strategy to influence adolescent girls to action. So the key issues that came out of this topic were involve the youth in partnership programs, because the youth are vulnerable, and in most cases, they are left out of the programming processes. And then there are issues of failure to involve the youth. Of course, I've mentioned about it, which leads to misallocation of resources, probably going to target those that are not intended to be targeted. And yet you know that this country is constituted of mainly the children and the youth. And then support the youth systems or structures in school and out of school. Those living in the communities, we should support them, whether they are in school or out of school. And then collective action to end violence against women and the girl child. Involve the youth in planning and programming on issues that directly affect them. As I already alluded to this, that we should not leave anybody behind during the programming processes, especially, not especially, but including the youth. Everybody must be part and parcel of the programming and the planning process. Also, the issue of evidence data came out, that many times decisions are based not on accurate and reliable data. So the recommendation is to ensure that evidence-based data is collected and used for decision-making on issues that affect women and the girls. And then the need for youth-adult partnership for civic and political mentorship and awareness. The call is, let them lead in taking action, the youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chitio, for that presentation. On behalf of your group, you did a good job. Thank you. Yes, it's in order. Ladies and gentlemen, now we need to have a very quick recap or discussion around the presentations. You could be there seeing something presented and you thought it could be packaged differently, or there is something small they missed out. This is now the opportunity to do that. And to lead us through this session, I'd like to invite Harriet to lead us through this session before we get to the closing. Harriet has also been very busy ensuring that this comes to life, this symposium, behind the scenes. A round of applause to Harriet, really. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Frank. I know he decided to ambush me, but it's well. Okay, colleagues, thank you so much for a day. I know we are not living the same way we came, right? We have now reflections on how to think about a girl child. I'm a mother of 4 girls, so I'm so passionate about girls. I've heard fathers talking about their daughters. I'm also a mother of daughters. So, yes, I see a hand up. Probably it will come. It will come. So our next session, we are going to reflect. Let's start from what we had in the morning, in the afternoon, from the presentations, the discussions in the small rooms, and the informal discussions you had. I know every after session you had reflections, talking to your neighbor. So we can allow this 10 minutes, Frank, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we get, if you have a question or a clarification or something that should be a takeaway, if you want to propose something for policymakers, they are here, we can as well do it. I see a hand, which I think it's really critical. Hope it's not a demonstration.
Yeah, thank you. Dear members, Girio Samuel are my names. I am the cultural leader and the speaker of the Sabine Cultural Union, people from Kapchorwa, Bukwo, Queen, and the diaspora who are in Kampala and elsewhere. I was in group 1. There was a man from Ministry of Gender. I forget his name. Yes, Mr. Mondo. No, there was one, the old man. He posed a very big question. And this question is, we were talking of 350-something plus pregnant children. And we are silent about the perpetrators. Who made these people pregnant? Where are they? Are they boys? Okay, they say, oh, they are boys. But the boys are silent, they are hidden. Are they men? Yes, they are men. Are they teachers? They are silent. If I can bring the case study of Sabi, we have been having the problem of female genital mutilation. Until we brought the perpetrators of female genital mutilation, that we ended female genital mutilation. Whoever is circumcising women in Kapchorwa now has gone underground. Nobody is on the air. Everybody is hidden now. And that to us who come from there, we have believed female genital mutilation is ending in Sebei. And then another aspect is cattle rustling. When we talk with my friend from Pokot, until we brought the cattle rustlers themselves who had guns, that today you can walk from one corner of Pokot land to another corner of Sebei land. Because those people who are wielding the guns were brought. So summarizing this issue, we reached in our group 1, the people who must speak for these girls are the fathers themselves. Somebody could be married, lawfully married to his wife, whether wedded or traditionally married. But the most fascinating thing is that they are not friends. That is what we agreed. People are married, but they are not friends. People have children, but they are not friends. Then we brought the task that where is the campfire, family campfire? The men are suffering from TB. Yes. And the TB, to many of us understand it as tuberculosis. But to us in group 1 is too busy. So now you men, unless the men, the family men speak about it, we speak it at the family level. For cattle rustling to get finished, we began by going on guard and eventually we went to sleep in the kraal. So that when the rustlers come, you die with the cow. And before the cow dies, even the rustler would be dead. That is why we saw peace in these areas. You men, where are you? You find a man, a woman, and a child, all of them stuck to TV. Nobody is talking about anybody. looking at how romance is done with your 5-year-old girl. You are sitting with your girl, and the girl is dressed, even the dressing code. The code is very provocative, but it provokes even the eye of the devil. All of you are seated there, half naked. So the men spend a lot of time speaking with their children, not to look at the Nigerian movies. Let us speak with the children. If you think a problem is happening in West Nile, and you want the monitor to speak about it in Kampala, how is it going to help? If you in Nimule cannot speak about it. So this is an issue which is entering us like a tsunami. It is entering us like a climate change. How are we fighting climate change? Plant a tree. So let us go back to our families and speak about this evil.
Yes, amen, amen, amen. Yes, I had to give him that time because really it was, and you've heard what came out. So, men, where are you? Men, where are you? Men, I'm repeating his words. Where are men? TB. Okay, so men, please, we need to find you wherever you are hiding. Let's target the right people. It came out strongly in his submission, in our interventions. Whom are we bringing on board? We need the right people on board. And then the role of family was very strong in his submission. And again, if we are to get to the right destination, well, we need the right people on the bus. I think that was his message. Thank you so much. So I want a few hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll stop at that for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Oh, where's the mic? Who can help me to move the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is James Tumusime from Richard, Uganda. I love to talk about the media. One of the key things that came out from the presentation in the morning is the issue of social norms still being tilted towards believing that girls should get married earlier and that boys could delay a bit. So as we talk about media, of course, are part of these communities. There are these men and women who believe the same. We need a lot of packaging for the media people, and also we need a lot of programming to make sure that the media targets social norm change. The messaging around the media is not around shaming women and girls who have given birth early, shaming women and girls who have ended up into some sort of problem, but like the last presenter has mentioned, also shaming the men that are involved in this, avoiding scenarios of finding a whole village celebrating the marriage of a 13-year-old, the head of police is there, the priest is there. We should isolate and shame these people, and the media should take an active role in making sure that they communicate that. The other issue is around lukewarm communication from political leaders and other people that have power, where we don't demonize these teenage marriages. You said you can't call them marriages. These teen cohabitations and sex and leading to pregnancy. Beginning with the highest office in the land, we should seem to be clear, the people who sit near the president, it cannot be okay because we did not have them die in COVID and they got more children instead. It should come from that level, the way the president has always led the flag, especially on issues of HIV, on issues of COVID, in the same way. And this should cut across and the media should push it. And I think also packaging whom to target. Different communication in the media is not clear whom it is targeting. When we pick funny things, for example, most recently there's been the story of Martha, for those of you who have heard about it. Social media is setting the pace. How can mainstream media not follow? When such a tweet goes on social media, all the radio stations in the country are picking it up as a subject, and everyone is using their little knowledge to actually push. So how can mainstream media learn to decipher from Twitter and other things that are social from people that have no experience in journalism? What is contrary is that mainstream media is losing content. Something funny comes up, you tune in one radio station after another all day, they are all using it as the main content to run. How can mainstream media learn to still maintain the space? There is so many radio stations, there are so many people in the village whose source of information is the radio. So radio people, please pick content that is not necessarily pushed through social media. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another hand there. Oh, okay, yes.
I was about to say boy child, boy child, boy child. But thank you. Mugisha John, Minister of Gender. One thing that has stood out for me the whole day, I think which has been lacking, is the issue of mental health. We've spoken a lot, but mental health is missing, and I think something that we need to recommend. The other is on the issue of reporting. We have not really structured to tell the girls where to report, how to report, what is in place, at least to encourage that kind of movement towards creating a reality. Like the previous speaker said, we need to, exhibit these people who are doing wrong things. But if people don't report, how do we expect the interventions to actually work if people are not coming out to speak? There are very few girls who have walked forward and reported cases, but the many are still back there. So if we are going to address all these different things, the reporting aspect has to stand out, but as well as the prosecution on the other side also has to stand out so that we're able to see change. So I thought I would say that. Thank you.
You can still use the mic to talk about reporting. How do we report? I give you a chance for that.
Thank you. Boy child, boy child, boy child. Thank you. Well, there are very many ways of reporting. Depending on the aspect of the violence that's happening to the girl, we're encouraging the girls to speak out first to those that they trust in the community, to the LC ones, as well as to the police. The government has put a toll-free line, the Sauti 116, which is handling both VAC and GBV. So we're encouraging people to report. If you can report, then we have evidence. Evidence programming is the way to go. And I think that would also impact on a lot of things. So we have people who are ready to listen to the girls, to be able to help them go to the places they need to go to, and being able to get some of these cases. Yeah.
Okay, 116.
Yes.
Please remember that, 116. No, the other side. We had, yes. No, the other lady.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Best. I come from Nebi. And I needed to add something small to what my colleagues said. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize on is about the men still. My issue is, most of our boys are actually picking examples or wrong examples from their parents, who are their fathers, who are also getting married to young girls. It is very hard for you to teach your boy not to manipulate another girl when you also have a young girl you've gotten married to, and you call yourself a father, and then you have to be there and tell your boy what to do. I think that the first thing that has to be done by men is to try and first protect the girls, and then learn how to teach the boys how they can protect their fellow sisters or colleagues. That is one. The other point I will talk on is building confidence in our girls. In most cases, we don't build the confidence that our girls need to report when they have a problem. We don't need other people to go and report for these girls, only if we can build the confidence in them that can make them go and speak about the problems they've gotten, or even report where necessary. Actually, some of these girls get problems, and most of us do not know that they have problems because they don't have the confidence to speak. Because even women, by the way, not only our young girls, most women get raped and they don't have the audacity to go and tell another person that, you know what, I got raped. Why? Because they just had sex and they think sex is something very dirty and it's going to spoil their names. Yet they've actually been violated upon. So I think that building confidence in our young girls is a key thing that we are leaving out that is making our girls usually keep quiet when they have serious problems that needs help or needs to be talked about or settled.
Okay.
That brings me to the last point. Okay, I'll add on this. Usually, when the devil is put in light, they fear. So if we cannot put our girls to speak out their problems, it's going to be very hard for those perpetrators to stop what they're doing on them. Lastly, I'll speak about the religious leaders. In most cases, I've had cases, I'll not mention, but I've had cases of religious leaders pointing at the girls who have been violated upon. You point at a girl and you tell her, or you blame her for spoiling a wedded family or spoiling another person's marriage. Instead of pointing at the perpetrator and telling them that what they did was wrong, or take them to the courts of law, or maybe take them where the justice can be found, you're blaming the young girl to have spoiled another person's marriage. I think that is very wrong. So I urge or I request the religious leaders to take that so keenly and try to see how our girls can be helped instead of blaming them for problems that they're getting from our older men. Thank you very much.
Okay, very clear message to the religious leaders. Yes, we had 2 hands there. If we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members. I am called Hope from Ministry of Defense. My point is about, I noticed that in terms of regional participation, most of, there's a lot of work presented concerning the Karamoja region, and I am thinking, be it the research that was done in Amudat, we've not looked at the street children. Currently, when you look at the central business area of Kampala, they've actually now gone beyond the central area of Kampala, and you'll find them in the outskirts of Kampala. The girls that are from Karamoja. Some seem like they're just carrying other people's babies, but some visibly look like they're nursing these babies that they are carrying. So what is causing them to come, and what can be done about that? Because it's not only an issue for these girls, it's a security threat, and they're being now employed. If you looked around Owino and all these markets, they're there working. What they work for, I don't know, because they still look needy. So can we look about that also, and can we talk about it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are 4, 5. Okay, we can give him a chance. Samuel, after Samuel.
Thank you so much. Mine is just going to the policymakers. By name, I'm Ononge Samuel Francis. I work for ActionAID, and I'm implementing a UNFPA project. What stood up for me is during our group discussion, where some girl, I think I will specify from up, that gave us a story of where she got holidays, she went home, and the father was calling her to go home for holidays, only to realize that they were mobilizing them for circumcision or to be mutilated. And it comes in that since now we are in the period that children are getting holidays, there is a very big worry, this being an even year. And we also got to realize that, especially when you point out areas like Amdat, people fear to speak about that, people fear to report, even if we have some structures, like the male engagement structures, we have the surveillance teams. So what is that we can do together to ensure that we are saving these girls who are at risk of FGM currently, this being an even year? Because you get to realize that most of these girls actually look at them that it does not have a shelter where you can have them and keep those girls until the time is over. Because to be sincere, we got to realize that the strategy has changed. As most of us are thinking that circumcision is going to be in December, some of these folks started circumcision earlier on. So what is that we can do? Lastly is about
the cultural leaders. Our lessons from the community interventions, we realize that there are cases to do with defilement, rape, and many others, but you find that cultural leaders are handling cases that are beyond that. What can we do, and what can cultural leaders say about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We've had the media, men, issues of mental health, reporting, religious leaders, culture leaders, and then street witch doctors. Okay, and then the street children also came out strongly. I know we have some probation officers here. We have UNICEF. I know they have some interventions. Maybe I'll give them a chance later to say something about it. I want to take on another round of hands here. I'm not going back. I'm moving forward. Okay, so we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll stop at her, then I come this side, and that will be all. So let's start from her.
My name is Olive. I work for Hope for Karamoja Children Foundation in Amudat. I come from one of the most marginalized community that girls, FGM is one of our negative cultural practices. We are forced to get married as early as 12, 14 years. We are denied access to come to school because our parents would want to exchange us for dowry, form of wealth creation. And also the boys are denied opportunity to access education because they are meant to look after animals, and so such valuable resources in our community are not given the opportunity to come to school. And that's why Hope for Karamoja Children Foundation is championing the rights of these vulnerable children to access education. I've been hearing many people speaking about poverty, many reasons as to why the rights of children are being marginalized. But personally, me, I'm so much passionate about the girl child, although our mission statement is for a world without discrimination against both girls and boys. And that's what we're advocating for all the children, because no one chooses to become a boy or a girl. So what am I trying to communicate? I'm trying to communicate about what can be done to change, like, for example, in our community. To me, I still think mind's behavior, mind change is paramount, because it will change the minds of our community, because our parents, our community are still taking education as a vague concept. And also, where are these friends who are there to support these girls? Because I so much believe in education as one of the most transformation tool to change a community. Please look upon Amudat. Give us support to support many girls, many boys to come to school. God bless you.
Thank you. Bless you too. Next. We had, okay, she's next. If we can be brief.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Peace, the Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, NEBI. My issue is about the police. Actually, they have been blaming the police a lot, but based on the meeting we had previously at the district, there was a confession from the police team that came. Actually, they were confessing that in a sub-county, police who is manning the station can only be given 10 liters. And imagine cases that are reported can be like 20. And these 20 cases are in different far places, like 21 miles. This police officer is supposed to handle 10 liters, 20 cases in different villages and very far. So how do we expect the police to handle that? First, we need to first of all, fund the police. Also, we need to give them transport. You find that their motorcycles are broken down and we expect these police to go to the field. How will they walk? They will not walk. Of course, they are also marginalized. So the ministry that is responsible should make sure that we don't only fund the police that are in the region, but we go to the grassroots where the issues are really happening. Secondly, there is somebody who talked about mental health. Gentlemen and ladies, there is a very big issue about love relationship and blood relationship. There is a case, before I started working in the district, I was working as the senior hospital administrator, Nebi General Hospital. There is a case of this mother. He had a child with another man and got married to another man. And this other man she's married to defiled the daughter. And you can imagine now the woman was in an ethical dilemma to defend the husband. There is already a love relationship and there is blood relationship. So you can imagine the love conquered the blood relationship. So therefore, I am urging the medical social workers to take up that issue very seriously. Because unless we give proper psychosocial support counseling to our mothers, they will take precedence of love relationship vis-a-vis blood relationship. And I want to thank ActionAID Navy because they helped in that case a lot. The woman decided to reject the child. And it was upon ActionAID that this child, they were reunited back. And the man was arrested. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. We have so many interesting stories, but I'm also running out of time. But thank you so much. We used to know that blood is thicker than water, but things are changing. Okay, 2 hands there, then 1 there.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm called Fetasa Ombia. I'm a probation officer from Terego district. This is my observation. I think no one talked about it. I've realized that in most of these detention centers, let me say the police, we don't have jail for children who are in conflict with the law. Most of times, for example, when we get, let me say, child-to-child sex, they end up being put in the same jail with adults. Maybe within Kampala City here, but when we go to up country, I think we don't have one. So we have to look into that element too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Gloria Chalangat, and I'm a Global Youth Consortium representative within our country, Uganda. And I know that I've spoken of a number of issues, especially to refer to the community where I come from. A girl can hardly speak out, and I believe that we are doing a lot as partners and as NGOs within our communities to carry out a number of activities and empowering the girl child through maybe skilling and ABCD. But I think what is lacking is encouraging this girl to come out and speak out, because this is the major issue within our communities, especially the entire Sabay region, go to Amudat, the Karamoja region. I mean, someone will not just boldly come out and say, this is happening to you. Because I think culturally we have been taught not to say a word or not to say a thing. So I think my encouragement to the young people that we need to speak out, even the girls who are in this place, can we go and be the voices of change within our communities? When they can't hear you, you can run for your own life, because how long will you wait and, wait for something to happen to you? Especially this year is an even year, and FGM is taking place. And if you cannot run for your life as a girl child, it becomes very impossible even for they that are trying to advocate for you to come and help you out. So there is need for you to run for your life when you really cannot stay there and wait for something to happen to you. So we are here. I'm with Mercy, and you can always reach out to us and we can be able to support you within those communities. But we urge out the young people within the grassroots communities. I know that existing organizations that are being led by the young people, please let us ensure that we support these young people and ensure that we do a great job in the ground. Thank you so much.
Very clear message. Speak out, girls. Colleagues, I want really to use the next 5 minutes. If you take the whole 5 minutes alone, you are denying an opportunity others to speak. So I have her. No. Those two, then the other one, those two. But please use 1 minute so that we use the 5 minutes. Please. Just make your point clear. Where's the mic?
Good evening, members. I'm Chelimo Sharon from Amda District. I would like to thank the ActionAID for supporting us. For the advice that you have given us, you're also going to take that knowledge to our friends. But still, Karamoja, Amda District, we still need your help a lot. We are bordering Kenya. Our sisters are crying. Whenever it becomes time for FGM, they run to Kenya. They can circumcise them from there. So please, we need your help a lot.
Okay, FGM is a very big issue.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all. My name is Merab. I work for NAU. This goes to media. There was a recommendation that media brought up about getting closer to the community. Yeah, it's one of the tools that we have realized a lot of results on. When we use media to pass out information, it really cuts across and we target a bigger congregation. But the challenge with AMUDAT, I'm sorry everyone is giving AMUDAT, there is no radio channel that covers AMUDAT. If you want to pass out information, you'll have to move to Kenya. Yet many funders would not want that because of the cost implications. So I'm here, and the worst is a place called Lemusi that is under Nakapipit, where there is no communication network or any radio channel. So I'm just bringing this as an issue. If we can handle it together, and we see how we can address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ministry is here. They are taking note of that. 1 minute, please.
To supplement. Yeah, good evening, members. My name is Cheptoyek Beatrice, a victim of FGM. I come from Kwen. I work with the ActionAID GBF shelter. As we have been called here as ambassadors to take home the information, the works that we have been taught, I urge you and say to all members, most especially those from Sabey line, that being a victim, I passed through so many challenges, and I keep preaching the gospel until I now have 5 women who are having fistula problem. And I still say that all Sabey members, cultural institutions should work under the partners. We also pray for your help to work together like this time the arboretum started preparing.
Thank you.
May God bless you.
Thank you. 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Apollo Susan, probation officer Palsa. I only wanted to add my voice by saying there are these signs that our children portray and we cannot know them. You know, they cannot explain and yet they injure them. So as parents, let's take home to our communities that know the signs our children portray. They can exploit them, they can injure them internally, and they can also show you a sign that they are fearing a certain person. Please, as a parent, better examine, go deeper, what is making your child fear a certain person.
Okay.
And then the other one is examine your behavior as a parent. At times we portray what our children also take outside. And then lastly, let's volunteer our time to defend and protect a girl child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We were already told that men should live by example. to protect a boy child. I have one here. I think that is the last one here. Is it one or two? Okay, one.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
I'm Amge Ferry from Palsa District. I want to talk something brief on a take-home point. Numbers matters. Dear parents, most especially the fathers, don't gather many women and produce men children, then you promote problems to the community. Can produce men children that you cannot provide basic needs to all of them. Thank you.
Wow, men, the message is clear to you. TB, the message is very clear to you. I will not bring it here. So we had one hand here from the young person. I think they are giving us the concluding remarks for my session.
Thank you so much. My name is Alungat Rebecca from Kumbi, Ngero Rock High School. My point is a certain madam mentioned about free education. But that free education is faced with a lot of challenges, like some children don't eat at school, like our school. It is mostly day scholars. So the girl's child should be supported. Then also the structure of the school should also be considered, because some girls fear to stay under sunshine, and of course all the students. Then also the quality of education. Some teachers are not trained, teachers are not there, so how can we be educated? So that is my concern.
Message is very clear. Policymakers here, that is for you. How do we improve life at school? From you, and then I cross the other side, I close this session. Just two hands.
Thank you very much. My name is Florence from Terego District. Mine is very short and brief, more on policy. We have the policymakers here. NDP3 is talking about community mobilization and mindset change. The same with PDM. It's my request to the local governments here to integrate the issue of girl child protection in every activities of the local governments, as well as the CSOs that are here. In your implementation, the programs, when you're writing maybe projects to donors, let us try to incorporate this issue, because it is a national issue which is affecting not only one district, the whole country. It will be very important to integrate it in all the other activities.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Integration. Please let's integrate into our programming issues of a girl child. As the theme is protect the girl, protect the nation. So if we don't integrate, we are running alone. So lastly.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think the issues we're dealing with, or what we've been talking about, are actually issues of the symptoms rather than the causes. And as elders, and congratulations to all the girls here who have made it very clear, we have issues that in my group we talked about, issues of the negative socio-cultural norms that still look at women as inferior to men, that give men the power, privilege, and authority. I'm also glad that we have cultural and religious leaders here, but we also have the political heads at different levels. What needs to be done? We need to take issues of the girl child as a political issue. And please do not misunderstand me when I say political. I do not mean partisan. Politics meaning that we need to ensure that issues of girl child and the abuse and the tolerance of abuse of the girl child becomes an agenda discussed on political agendas. We need to cost the effect of teenage and child mothers. Costing, meaning what does it cost to have these thousands of girls dropping out of school? What does it cost for Uganda as a country? What does it cost for the individual? What is the cost for a country? Unless we start using the word cost, meaning socially, economically, and politically, unless we make it risky for everybody to know that when one girl drops out of school, when a girl does not attain her full potential, there is a cost at all levels. And that cost we must all bear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She's speaking right to the cost of no inaction. We need to cost and get to know what it takes if we lose out on these girls at that very young age, economically, socially, politically, morally, in all those other aspects. Colleagues, I have enjoyed the session, and I know we could get so many views from colleagues, but you know we planned for only one day. Probably next time we shall have more time to talk about issues of a girl child and a boy child. Thank you so much. John, you want to talk about something on street children briefly? Is there anything the ministry is doing?
Yes, the ministry is discussing issues like that. In final stages, should see a document in terms of the resource able to the ministry to address the issues. But it is addressed at the local government levels because the responsibility is not of the ministry, but of the local government. So we are going to supplement and support that we move all children, not just
Thank you so much. The ministry is doing something. Please clap for yourselves. That is yours. Clap for me. I deserve a better one. Thank you so much. I hand over to you.
Very well, very well, very well, very well, Harriet there. Indeed, you deserved a better round of applause, and I'm glad they gave it to you. Members, thank you so much for all the contributions you have made. I've enjoyed listening to the girls speak. They pointed out the actual issues, if you are keen to listen. Issues of school environment, issues of family relations. They have challenged us, the fathers, to stick to partners we can manage to sustain. These are critical points, members, and we shouldn't take them for granted. The children, on behalf of the fathers here, I want to commit to you that we have heard. We are now going into the closing session of our meeting, and I would like to take this opportunity to invite Madame Annette Kabarungi from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Department of Gender and Women Affairs, to officially close this session. A round of applause.
Okay. Thank you, Frank, for the 3 minutes which I'm likely to extend, but slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, I take the opportunity to thank you, first of all, for honoring the invitation, for keeping time, for the resilience, because we are still together up to 5:30, which is usually very rare in most meetings, and which is a sign that we are all committed to the welfare and well-being of the girl child. Let's clap for ourselves. All my bosses stepped out for official duty. My 2 commissioners. One is attending a meeting of African Union. Another one lost a relative and had to rush. And I will do my best to fit in their shoes to wrap up this symposium. After all, I've been leading the organizing of the symposium, so I'm very conversant with what we actually expected the symposium to deliver, and I think we have delivered 99%. Another hand clap. I noted in the morning, as I was giving the opening few words that I shared with you, that one of the major reasons for holding this symposium was to generate an agenda for the high-level GBV policy dialogue, the highest level mechanism in the ministry that oversees the implementation of the national policy on elimination of GBV. Along the path, as we implement the policy, we want to take stock and see how we are faring. But as we implement, we also note that a lot is happening, some of which we had not seen by the time we developed the policy, and the agenda and the social environment keeps changing. So we need this regular dialogue with each other to know how we are faring so that we can pick some of the issues we had not anticipated. Listening in to all these discussions, we have brainstormed on 6 major topics of discussion, and we listened in very well to the media, to the women's organizations, to the faith-based, to the cultural and traditional leaders. We had looked at the ecological environment that is surrounding the girl child. The beautiful girl child is a blessing to us, but like the Bible says, when the children of God gather, also the children of the devil are around. So we do the parenting of the girl child, knowing that all is not well, and therefore we needed this symposium to make us alert to what we need to focus on. And I've picked a number of issues in the wrap-up that Harriet has just covered, and all of them are focusing on the importance of a strong multi-sectoral framework. The girl is born in a home, she grows up in a community, she goes to a place of worship, she interacts with peers, she goes to school, she goes to hospital, and any of these areas is a potential source of violations, even in the home where she is born, even by the very father who fathered her. And we therefore need a very strong coordination mechanism. Nobody is able to provide a solution to the girl child alone. Under the UNFPA support, we've been working with most of you, working with MDAs that are present, working with cultural institutions through some small grants to touch that element of social norm change, working with the religious institutions, and then working with the implementing partners that we commonly call the implementing partners. We see the beauty of harmony and collaboration and coordination, but not all is well. That's why we can still talk about duplication. If all was well, we would not duplicate. And if all was well, maybe we wouldn't merge in one geographical area and avoid another. So it's time now, in the next high-level policy dialogue, to highlight and discuss some of the issues you have pointed out. We note with concern some of the issues, especially the issues on communication in AMUDAT. We actually have a challenge of communication in AMUDAT, Honorable Mutuzo initiated the process of having a radio. There are no results yet, so I'm taking back the message that she still has work to do, because cross-border migration for FGM is one of the challenges we are facing. We fight it here, they migrate there. They have relatives and friends, they cut, then they come back. So next week but one, we shall be launching the 4th phase of our FGM programming, which starts 2022 and ends 2030. And cross-border collaboration is high on our agenda as part of our regional commitment to East Africa, but also as part of the Horn of Africa collaboration for addressing FGM. So the person who raised this up, it's timely, and we are working on it. Secondly, you raised the issue of school environments, the school structures, the non-functionality of some aspects of the school system. I may not have an answer, but I will update the minister accordingly, because she needs to engage with her counterparts, even in the high-level policy dialogue, on the issues that are emerging from you. We have previously relied on some of our other structures to identify themes for discussing in the policy dialogue. But this time we wanted it to emerge from people. So from this mouthful of 6 groups, and from the summary that Madam Harriet has captured from you, we are going to have a meeting with the 6 rapporteurs and with UNFPA to weigh the issues generated, and then we shall have a theme or 2, or a broad-based theme that will inform our high-level policy dialogue next week. And it's based on that then that we shall do our programming and resource allocation for GBV for 2023. Clap for yourselves. You have generated an agenda, and we want to discuss things that matter. I'm picking up an issue from Madame Rita about costing, the implications of not addressing this. I believe this is an activity we can pick up with UNFPA for 2023 to know the cost of not addressing the welfare or the well-being of the girl child, so that we have evidence as we discuss. We still need a lot of resources because we implement the GBV policy under the multi-sectoral framework, and we need sustainable funding. You note that we have been relying on our UN partners and other donors, but one of the reasons of the high-level policy dialogue is to bring the issue of GBV funding into mainstream government funding, an issue that our minister is pushing forward. And I believe with the evidence generated from the symposium, she will have even a higher or stronger voice to advocate for this. I believe strongly that in subsequent fora where we shall meet, we shall have some bits and pieces of feedback on what we have discussed today. It's not in vain. But with gender-based violence and other forms of gender inequality, the progress may seem slow, but we celebrate every progress we make. So moving beyond this forum, every progress we shall make, we shall let you know through the media, through the reports, and through the different interactions we have with you. It's going to be another 3.5 or 4 busy days for me to organize the high-level GBV policy dialogue, but this will be a dialogue with a purpose and a dialogue with a difference, whose theme has been generated by the stakeholders themselves, including the girls who are most affected. I want to thank you once again for your support, for your cooperation. I look forward to more interactions with you, even beyond the districts where we work with UNFPA, so that we can collectively move the agenda of eliminating gender-based violence in Uganda and eliminating violence against girls that we have been discussing today. I will take the feedback back to my bosses. They can pick some of the bits and pieces of the symposium to incorporate into the ongoing dialogues that they have, starting with the ministers of state, as well as the permanent secretary as the head of the technical team. I thank you once again. I wish you journey mercies. I promise to keep in touch through the different forums so that you can also track the outcome of what you have contributed today in this symposium. I now have the honor, on behalf of the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and on my own behalf, to declare our national symposium on the welfare of the girl child officially closed for God and my country.
Very well, very well, very well. Thank you so much, Madam Annette, for giving us hope in your message that we have not met in vain, but something is going to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Frank Mugabi, Head Communications at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, wishing all of you a safe journey back. Till we meet again, see you again.
Well, indeed, Mama is a real representation of God. Simple production. Boy, love you, Mama. Respect you, Mama. Love you, Mama. Love you, Mama. If you have a mother, love your mother.
Hello, we have some tea outside. Please, as you go out, feel free to partake in the tea. Shiba.
My mama used to be a sweet time bender, but one thing she teach me is never to surrender. Now she made it.
In terms of administrative announcements, I know we all registered, and the telephone number that you registered will be receiving your money before midnight today. That is the commitment from our colleagues at ActionAID.
My mama, Sulija chona makanyanga kwe newe nalwalanga basuliranga kwe soma kona kona patunuliranga kwe nosula nokulya na bibirindiride kwe wabanga bone masomerwanga noluma mazinga wakakabanga omukama eyatusasiranga anyigire kukola bitwapo wanga amamubalwanyi kwesikanga mundu menyo